the number of jobs that are available and the number of people that are available to fill those positions.
Move to accept for recording purposes.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passed.
All right, if we could go to item N6, that's the Greater Waco Chamber of Commerce Monthly Economic Development Report for January 2022.
Know that we have had one project announcement for this first quarter, and that was in McGregor with Messer.
All right, if there's no questions, is there a motion to approve the chamber report for recording purposes?
Motion to approve. Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passed.
All right, we can go back up to item F, budget amendments. F1's regarding the FY22 budget. Francis?
FY22 budget amendments, starting with F1A.
Is there a motion to approve F1D through F1I?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passed.
Under item G, bids, RFPs, RFQs. G1 is authorization of recommendations. G1A regarding bid 22-004, aggregate surface treatment for delivery and pickup.
All right, what's the pleasure on items G1A?
Motion to approve the purchasing director's recommendations on the bids.
Second. We have a motion second. Any other discussion? No discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passed. All right.
All right, item G1B regarding bid 22-005, asphalt emulsions for delivery and pickup.
Not what's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve the recommendation of the purchasing director.
All right. Is there a second? Second. All right. We have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passed. I'd like to go to item L1. We have Shane Turner and Fiona Bond here. This is regarding the U.S. Department of Treasury Coronavirus Local Fiscal Recovery Fund American Rescue Plan Act discussion or action regarding the eligible expenses and our funding guidelines, reporting requirements, and funding request. Okay.
So I'm Fiona Bond, Executive Director of Creative Waco, and of course this is Shane Turner, owner and operator of the Hippodrome.
All right, so we will recess until 1 o'clock tomorrow. So it's 11. All right, good morning. Let's call court to order. Today is Tuesday, March 1st, 2022. It's 9 a.m. Proof of posting, please.
The agenda was posted on Friday, February 25th, 2022 at 3:10 p.m.
Thank you. And if anyone has a public comment, they can come forward now from the audience. Yes, sir.
My name is Shannon Caraway. I'm Vice President for Business Development for a company called Solar Prime. Currently, we're trying to develop a
Recording in progress.
And everyone, let's call court to order. Today is, whoa. Today is Tuesday, February the 7th. It's 9 a.m. Proof of posting, please.
The agenda was posted on Friday, February 3rd, 2023 at 4:30 p.m.
Thank you. Let's stand briefly for a moment of silence, and we'll have our Veteran Service Officer lead us with the pledge.
Please join the pledge. I pledge allegiance now the Texas pledge.
Honor the Texas flag. Thank you, Steve. All right, at this time, if there's any members of the public who make public comments to the Commissioners Court, please do so at this time. And I don't believe we had anyone call in, okay? All right,
Judge, over in the corner.
yes, yes, sir.
I just have one question.
If you would, come up to the microphone and give us your name, address, and we generally stay within 3 minutes.
Okay, thanks. My name is Keith Stefka. I live in Axtell, Texas. Here to ask Ms. Miller a couple of questions.
Wait, I'm sorry, you can't, you can make your statement, but she cannot answer any questions that you have.
Okay.
But
Okay. Well, I was told over a year and a half ago that my road would be redone, and nothing has been done to it. We might get a little.
You did give your address?
I live at 205 East Walters Way in Axtell off Barron Lane.
Okay.
And the road I'm talking about is Barron Lane. Major needs to be done. It was posted in the paper. And I was just curious why it hadn't been done. And I've been trying to call and haven't received any callbacks or to get any information. So that's why I came down here today. And that's all I got to say.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else? All right, seeing none, I'd like to go to proclamations and resolutions. Y'all may have read over in the Mahia State Park, came under discussion for many years, the power plant formerly TPNL, now is Luminant and Vistra, owns that property. It's been where the old Fort Parker area is, historic area, and about 1,500 acres or so of the total of about 5,000 acres was leased to the Texas Parks and Wildlife, where they maintain the state park there. And had quite a few visitors coming in. The Parks and Wildlife kept it in good shape. You may also have heard that the power companies, there's been a lot of changes been kind of what you'd call maybe a paradigm shift in where energy comes from and those things. And so that was a coal-fired plant, so it was shut down. So the owners of the property, Luminant, had put that property and other properties around the state on sale, or put them up for sale. And the Parks and Wildlife at the time did not have the money to buy the park. So there's been a contract that was issued by a private developer to develop the park. And so there was an urgency to try to get the legislature to step in, and because now the Parks and Wildlife apparently does have the money, which I understand is about $108 million is the cost. And so I put together a resolution and sent it because it was timely. I needed to do it very quickly. And so what I'm asking here is the court to ratify my resolution that's in your package to try to keep that park as a state park. And I don't really have an update of where it is, but I don't think it's I don't think any of the news is good, but I think still we want to show support to Freestone County for that. So is there any questions about that? If not, is there a motion to approve the resolution?
So moved. Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose? Pass. Thank you. All right, going to the consent agenda, the recommended pulls are E3A, which is a HR matter for court administrators, and then E3B, HR matter with Road and Bridge Precinct 2, E3C, which is HR matter with the Sheriff's Office, and E3D is a HR matter with the DA's office. And so I recommend those pulls. Are there any other pulls recommended by the court? If not, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of those pulls previously mentioned?
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose? Pass. I'd like to go to item E3D, which is HR matter for the DA's office. So I think I saw Mr. Teton's in here. Yeah, if you'd like to come forward and. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for including this on the agenda today. I'm requesting a rehire of a former retiree, Judge Ralph Strother, who is present today here in the courtroom. We think his incredible experience and knowledge will be an asset to our office. We have provided the required affidavits for his rehire, and we'd ask that the court consider approving that today.
All right. Well, he won't have to reintroduce himself around, that's for sure. And I've always had a tremendous amount of respect for Judge Strother, not only for his knowledge in the legal side and his many years of experience as being sitting on the bench, but also his good character. And I think adding him to our family back to our family is a welcome thing for us to do. So I make a motion that we approve that position.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass. Dustin, was there one other item on that?
Yes, sir. So E3D1, this affidavit, it takes 3 affidavits. One's by the hiring official offering the reemployment, one's by the retiree, and then the other is by the former official that hired the retiree. And since Judge Strother was a state district judge, we don't have anybody to fill that former official hiring the retiree role. And so Mike and I had visited with Anna, and we thought the best solution was to have the Commissioner's Court authorize you to sign that as that signing authority. So that's the item on E3D1. We just need authorization for the county judge to sign the rehire retiree affidavit.
Okay. Any questions for Dustin on that? What's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Pass. Thank y'all very much. This time, I'd like to go into executive session under 551.071 pertaining to legal matters. And bear with us if y'all will just step out. I'd like for Mr. Wirt with Linebarger to stay in, as well as Randy Riggs and his staff, as well as Dustin Chapman. Francis, you can stay.
And then Mike as well,
And
Judge.
Mike Dixon. Yeah. She can stay.
Judge, you said Mike Dixon Dustin. Is Colin Coker staying, or is he?
No, he was not.
Okay.
Yeah. Just put him in the waiting room.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Okay. It's 9:44. Let's go back into regular session. All right. Going to item 08, pertaining to the waiver of the county tax penalties and interest. There's an order that I want to ask Dustin Chapman to read for public consumption, and then ask the court to take that into consideration. Dustin?
Yes, sir. This is an order to waive penalty and interest, whereas Texas Property Code Section 33.011 authorizes the governing body of a taxing unit to waive penalty and interest on a tax if an act or omission of an officer, employee, or agent of the taxing unit caused or resulted in the taxpayer's failure to pay the tax before the delinquency, and such taxes are paid within 21 days of the date such taxes were due. And whereas Texas Property Tax Code provides that taxes are due upon receipt of the tax bill and are delinquent if not paid before February 1st of the year following the year of the tax, and 6.051, and whereas on January 31st, 2023, the county judge, in order to protect the courthouse personnel and the public from the inclement weather on said day, ordered the closing of the courthouse, which prevented some persons from timely paying their 2022 property taxes to the county tax assessor collector. And whereas the chief executive officer of the governing body of McLennan County, Texas taxing unit determined it was in the public interest for the courthouse to close, and has also determined that the inability to make timely payment by certain persons was due to the actions of the taxing unit and not the public at large. And for such reason, those persons who attempted to timely pay their taxes should not be charged any penalties and interest on the taxes, provided that such taxes are paid within 21 days. Now therefore be it ordered by the Commissioners Court of McLennan County, Texas, that 1, all the recitals stated above are true and correct. 2, any taxpayer who may have been prevented from timely tendering payment of their 2022 property taxes to the county tax assessor collector may make application to this court pursuant to Texas Property Tax Code Section 33.011D for the waiver of penalties and interest on a delinquent tax pursuant to the rules and guidelines set forth in Texas Property Tax Code Section 33.011. The court will consider such applications on a case-by-case basis pursuant to the law.
Okay, any questions on that? Just remind everyone that we can only waive our portion of the tax. The tax assessor and collector collects for many entities, and so we're only speaking for our portion of it, which is generally less than 0.25% of somebody's tax burden. And that it's important that the applications be made in the time that was outlined in the order, and then the court will take them on a one-by-one basis to give full consideration to those reasons that our closing caused a problem. Any other questions or comments regarding that? What's the pleasure of the court?
Make a motion to approve the order.
Second. Motion and a second to approve the order. Any other discussion? Call for a vote.
Commissioner Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Thank you. All right. Going, again, apologize for all those that had to cool their heels outside. I hope you met new friends while you were there. Going to the items, if you will, to all the presenters, try to be brief, state your case, and we will limit our chewing the fat as much as we can going forward. So first of all, I'd like to ask Startup Waco to come forward, and so Waco Entrepreneurial Ecosystem Collaborative, DBA Startup Waco. And so we have John Passavant, and I see Mr. Carlson back there in the back, laying low, I guess.
What item is that, Judge? What item?
That is item 01.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Morning.
How are you, Commissioners? Thank you very much for allowing me to be here to present. My name is John Passavant. I'm the CEO of Waco Entrepreneurial Ecosystem Collaborative. known as Startup Waco. And I'm here just to give you a general status update on our organization. If you remember, in 2017, this court was part of a WebMec grant that went to seed the development of what is now our co-working office space. And in conjunction with WebMec, we received a $750,000 grant, $375,000 of that which came from the county. We took that grant and we developed our space at 605 Austin Avenue. And just to give you an idea, this was a group that was brought together by local business leaders, entrepreneurs, community leaders, leaders of other support organizations throughout the city. And they envisioned a hub for entrepreneurship where any entrepreneur, regardless of their background, regardless of their history, regardless of their acumen or expertise, that Waco could be a place where they could start a business, scale a business, and be successful in their endeavors. Startup Waco took on that challenge, and because of the generosity and the foresight of this commission at WebMec, we were able to build a place to see that vision brought to life. But like you know, even in our personal lives, a home is just a home. What's really important is a life that happens inside that home. And so we got to work in 2018 whenever our doors opened. And really, we're a program organization. We operate organizations first to find gaps for entrepreneurs of historically underutilized businesses. We believe that Waco's ecosystem should be for all entrepreneurs, regardless of their background, regardless of their history. We want to look forward and help them with any needs that they have. We also want to create an environment where new types of businesses, high-growth companies, can find a home here in Waco. And lastly, main priority is to leverage the assets within our community that we see are underutilized to create new business opportunities for entrepreneurs. So a few ways that we do that specifically. So when we think about filling gaps for historically underutilized entrepreneurs, it usually comes down to several things. It comes down to things like access to capital, tactical skill training, networking opportunities, things that are potentially readily available for a certain type of entrepreneur but not available to everyone. So we address those directly. We started the first zero interest, no fee loan opportunity for small businesses in the state of Texas. We partnered with an organization called Kiva, and we've since deployed over $250,000 in the 24 months that has been in operation. We develop our own content for entrepreneurs to teach them marketing, digital marketing skills, networking skills, product market fit. How do you take an idea and how do you turn it into a viable business? I think what's different from what we do, we partner with all other support organizations, with the chambers, with the SBDC, with McSIF, and these are all important for an ecosystem to be vibrant. So we really work collaborative. McSIF offices out of our space. We have a venture fund that operates out of our space, and we have 37 companies now represented in our co-working space downtown. What's also interesting is because this was the first one of its type, there's now 2 other private co-working spaces that have opened up. And we see that as a sign of progress, that Waco is growing and developing and filling the needs that entrepreneurs have in terms of flexible office space. And so as we go into the next sort of season of our organization, we're excited to see how the private market rises up to meet some of these challenges on their own. So I think seeing that happen and us demonstrating first with the help of public funds that it actually can work and be a viable business, then now we're seeing it happen directly. There's also an opportunity for high-growth companies. I think that the real spirit of why this organization was started and why it was important was that you saw booming entrepreneurial ecosystems in places like Austin, Dallas, and why couldn't that happen here in Waco, and what would be needed for that to happen here in Waco? And so we've created a first-of-its-kind business incubator program where we take high-growth companies and we align them with resources like capital. We align them with local opportunities. We make the right introductions. We want to be able to make a case in any of these other cities that for certain businesses, Waco is an option for them to come and build their high-growth company. And I think for us to really grow and to do something really exciting for Waco to be what we all believe it is becoming, to see that happen, we've got to leverage the assets that are here. So last year, we started a new program called Green and Gold, GXG, which works to catalyze the NIL economic opportunity of student athletes at Baylor University and bring that economic activity into the city of Waco instead of it just kind of going out into other cities and other places. So we now work with almost 300 Baylor University student athletes. We help them start businesses. We help them monetize their platforms. And we help NIL become something in conjunction with the university and with other supporters that is a viable source of economic development and generational wealth for these athletes, not just a flash-in-the-pan opportunity for them to cash in. And lastly, we focus on developing Waco as a connected part of the broader statewide entrepreneurial ecosystem by connecting us to regional partners in Dallas, Austin, Houston, and San Antonio. one way of leveraging like this student athlete opportunity is that if we're going into those other cities where the broader Baylor family and those that care about Waco because potentially they went to Baylor but aren't connected to the economic development opportunities in Waco, we now have a reason to be in front of these groups and to let them become aware of the things that are happening here and bring them back into the opportunities. So where we're going, we're going to continue to develop these. We're going to continue to find innovative ways to serve the entrepreneurs that are here, to have an open door policy for any entrepreneur who walks into our door. We're going to continue to work alongside, arm in arm, with other organizations that see the same things happening. And we're going to try to be innovative. I believe that we have to be thoughtful, and we have to take some swings to try things that are new to be able to see these opportunities grow and develop. So I've been submitting reports for the last number of years regarding that WebMed grant specifically. I haven't had the opportunity to come here and do this in person yet, so I'm thankful for the opportunity to let you know about Startup Waco. Happy to answer any questions. Would love to obviously host any of you like we have in the past to come to our space to see what's happening. But it's an exciting time. I believe that to create an environment that all entrepreneurs, we need to be able to help them ideate, build, launch, and scale their businesses. And I think Waco is becoming an increasingly viable place for that to happen. Thank you very much.
All right, any questions?
So have you seen a decent increase post-COVID?
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, COVID, you know, we completely switched our strategy in COVID because it sort of went from how do we think of new things to how do we help businesses survive. And so we did several things, like, you know, for all the companies that were working in our space, we stopped charging rent. We said, look, it's about your survival here. We helped them align with all the available resources that were there at the time. Just like other organizations that have worked alongside entrepreneurs, you need a place, you need to have a place where they come and you've got someone on their side. We never charge any fees for anything that we do with entrepreneurs. We're there for them to walk in and find the support that they need. But once COVID wrapped up, in a sense, the lockdowns we saw a huge influx. Like you saw, the national trend was a number of LLCs starting is really unprecedented, and that's especially true in Texas. And so we were definitely a beneficiary of that.
John, appreciate you and appreciate Cody as well for your efforts.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much. All right. Is there a motion to approve that report for recording purposes?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. All right, next, this should be fairly quick. Mike Vogelaar is here. This is item 06. Authorization order approving the temporary closure of a portion of the Old Mahale Road on Double E Ranch Road in Precinct 2. Morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me here. I had a presentation. I don't know if that's accessible or not. Perfect. Thank you guys for your time. Last year, I'm going to just jump into it because, of course, for timing's sake. Last year, you guys were kind enough to be able to approve road closure out in front of Waco Surf, formerly known as BSR Cable Park. And we were able to have our inaugural Mother's Day weekend run. We had a 5K and a fun run, and I had great feedback, not only from the participants and from Waco Surf itself, but also from some of the residents. So we're back here to see if we can repeat the success that we had last year and also expand what we offer for the community and for the travel and tourism industry. If you go to the next slide. This is just a brief event overview again, who we are for the Sports Commission, the event, where we are looking at having the run, Old Mahale Road and Double E Ranch Road on Saturday, May 13th. And so we're looking at having the road closure primarily for the morning time for our run. And again, the reason is for local health wellness and also to be able to create a family-friendly event and to be able to showcase some of the unique local businesses here. The next slide. The specific request is to be able to close the southwestbound lane of Old Mahale Road again, but then also this year adding in a 10K course. We're looking at also running on the southbound Double E Ranch Road toward Elk Road. And so our specific request is to be able to close the lane closures from 7 till 11:30 a.m. That just gives us enough time to be able to set up the course, have the run, and then be able to make sure that everybody is off the course in time. And again, we want to be able to keep one lane open for the residents to be able to get to and from their residence. And then we will also have 3 peace officers directing traffic. And we will also send out a traffic impact notice to the residents personally 15 days prior to the event, letting them know that it's coming up, and also be able to offer them a discount if they wanted to be able to participate. And then we will help set out the cones again in the morning and be able to help collect them as well. Next slide. This is where we are looking at having the course. It would start at Waco Surf on their driveway. And as you can see from the green arrow, if you did the 10K course, you'll start from the green, then you'll go down Double E Ranch Road, and then turn back up and then loop back onto the 5K course. The 5K course is just going to be the Old Mexia Road portion, just like last year. So there's going to be minimal traffic impact. I think as far as residents, I've not counted the exact mailboxes, but I would say it's anywhere between 20 to 30 residents that we will, again, notify. Next slide. That's what it looks like as far as graphical. And then we've also got the peace officer locations signified there. Next slide. We will set the first peace officer at Old Mexia Road as Boys Ranch Road, just like last year. Next slide. This is where we would set up on Elk and Double E Ranch Road. So it would be right before the entrance to the one of the residents there. And then next slide. This is just right at the entrance for Waco Surf. Again, making sure that those athletes can get out and into Waco Surf. So that is my request from the Sports Commission and requesting if the county would consider approval for those road closures.
Thank you. Any questions?
Not necessarily a question, but just a comment. I know last year when we did it, it was a wonderful event, and I kind of pondered the idea to participate. But it seems that you're making this annual, so I can run, but I can't hide, no pun intended.
I like that.
So I'm gonna walk. I'm gonna run as far as I
love
can,
it.
but I'm gonna walk.
We've got a fun run. We've got a 5K. It's open for anybody and everybody.
And I would even put that challenge out to the rest of the court, if y'all want to join me on Mother's Day morning.
Well, they always say it's never too late to start exercising, so I'm gonna wait a few more months.
But I want to thank you again for bringing your event to Precinct 2. It was wonderful last year. And everything is the same as we did it last year, as far as all the responsibilities. And the precinct is ready for, I think the young lady is no longer with you, but whoever your contact is, she'll make the same contact with the road foreman.
Yep, Emily Miller transitioned out of this role when she moved back to Kansas City in August, and since then we've had Rachel with us, Sarmento, and so she's been absolutely fantastic, and so she's the race director for this with, of course, my assistants and a number of our board members in our special events committee.
That's right, we do have a board member. You walking with me?
We do. And also to clarify, it is not on Mother's Day itself, but the day before. So on
It's
Saturday.
Saturday.
Yep. So that people can then go to Waco Surf for the rest of the day and enjoy themselves.
Okay.
I'm
All
grateful.
right, thank you.
I'm grateful. Okay, if there are no more questions, if you're ready for a motion, I would move that we approve the temporary closure of Old Mexia Road from the entrance of Waco Surf to Boys Ranch Road and Double E Ranch Road from Old Mexia Road to Elk Road for the Greater Waco Sports Commission Mother's Day Run fundraiser.
Second. All right, have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
All right, next going to item H4, discussion or action regarding the renewal of the cooperative agreement with the Waco McLennan County Public Health District. So, Shonda, how are you today?
Well, thank you. Nice to talk to you about something other than COVID-19.
Yes, it is.
Well, good morning, Judge Felton and Commissioners. Thank you all for the opportunity to share the details regarding the newest version of the cooperative agreement. I think we have a set of slides. I'm sorry, Reagan, I went fast. So we'll go ahead to the second slide, Reagan. This morning, I will cover the following topics: an overview of the Health District services, proposed funding changes, proposed contributions from the collaborative agreement member jurisdictions, proposed language changes needed to clarify the agreement, and proposed changes to allow the Health District to operate within the policies and guidelines of the City of Waco. Following the prepared slides, I'm open to answering any questions you all may have.
Any questions?
Oh, I'm not done yet.
Oh, I-
Waco McLennan County.
My question was, when are you gonna get done?
I'll go fast. So I wanted to make sure you all had a good understanding of what all is happening at the Health District. We are comprised of 6 divisions staffed by public health professionals from within our community that are really dedicated to serving and impacting the health outcomes of our families, our friends, and our neighbors that live and play here in the community alongside us. This is a very brief organizational chart, and I want to make sure I highlight a few things that happen in the Health District. To start, our environmental health program provides restaurant, school, daycare, and pool inspections across the county, as well as the administration of the on-site sewage facilities program. The HIV and STI division provides case management and care coordination services for McLennan County residents living with HIV and AIDS, as well as providing HIV and STI testing and public health follow-up to decrease the spread of sexually transmitted infections. And we all know that a healthy start in life is the key to success, so our Women, Infant, and Children's program provides supplemental nutrition and breastfeeding support to parents and children up to age 5. And this program has a lower eligibility threshold and is more accessible to the families than traditional SNAP benefits. The newest division in the Health District is our Health Equity Promotion and Prevention Division. HEP is responsible for offering health education programs, implementing our emergency preparedness plans alongside the McLennan County Office of Emergency Management. And over the last 3 years, most of you have become very familiar with the work of our epidemiology team and the work they do to investigate reportable infectious diseases that may have a negative impact on the public's health. Public health nursing is the home of our Texas Vaccine for Children program and Adult Safety Net vaccine program. And we also spend time working with providers across the county that implement TBFC and ASN and make sure they maintain compliance. And our TB elimination nursing staff, case manage and provide direct observed therapy to patients with active TB infections and those living with latent TB infections. Birth and death certificates are also issued through our Vital Statistics Office, and this is often our busiest part of the Health District on a daily basis, sometimes seeing well over 150 customers per day. So some of the changes, or the proposed changes, include the funding structure for the cooperative agreement are based on an increased cost associated with delivering public health services. Over the last 2 years, we have seen a steady increase in the cost of supplies and an increase in the cost to recruit and retain qualified public health staff. It is proposed that the increase will be 30 cents per resident per year, ending in year 5 of a contribution of $3.75 per person. This spreadsheet estimates the contributions that will be made by each funded jurisdiction to the Health District based on the 2020 U.S. Census. The highlighted cities have historically been unfunded, and each year they are invited to contribute and join the interlocal agreement, but have consistently declined. Please direct your attention to the bottom of the slide. It's extremely small, and I can get you guys a copy of this. Based on the 2020 census, McLennan County will contribute to the Health District based on 260,578 county residents. In fiscal year 24, the contribution will be $2.55 per resident, totaling $664,473.90. Each year, as explained previously, the contribution will increase by 30 cents, ending at $3.75 in fiscal year 2028, totaling $650,050. After review with Assistant City Attorney Lauren Oliver, there were several corrections made to be in line with the Texas Health and Safety Code, and the updates included clarifications on board member terms, establishing a quorum and residency. Go ahead. go to the next one. And the agreement was updated in order to ensure the health district follows the policies of the city of Waco as well, which including changing 7.6 to reflect the updated purchasing policy, and 7.10 was changed to read that an electronic copy of our financial report from the audit shall be made available to the governing body of each member and to the board, and any management letters and responses concerning the district will be sent to the governing body of each member and to the board. Again, I would like to thank Judge Felton and the Commissioners Court for an opportunity to present the requested changes. In addition, with permission from Dustin, Judge, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge Mr. David Lickey, our Environmental Health Division Manager. He's here with us. David, if you'll stand.
There he is.
For 27 years, David has served the residents of McLennan County, and in March, he will be retiring. His commitment to public and environmental health and the contribution to the profession has not gone unnoticed and appreciated. David will greatly be missed by the health district and throughout the public health community in the state. Thank you so much, David.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Any questions?
The funding part, back to the 30 to 35 cents.
Yes, sir.
On our share, we pay the 30-cent increase, right?
Yes, sir.
And what is it currently?
Currently, we're at $2.75, I believe.
Okay, 270, or
2.25.
225 cent now, okay. Now, is that 225 times the entire county or 225 times the residents outside of the city?
The entire county.
Okay. Okay, so they're getting charged twice? So the Waco's paying 35 on their share, on their population, and then we're turning around paying 30 again for their share of the population and every other city?
No, sir, Waco doesn't pay a per capita fee. It's an annual investment. Right now, it's $3,863.
So theirs is a flat amount, okay.
But it'll also increase just as the rate of cost increase.
Okay. And then the two cities that don't participate, do they receive the services?
They do receive the services because the services provided are legislated by the state code, for example, environmental health.
They just choose not to attend?
Yes, sir.
Or to participate?
Was there any discussion, and this is where we come in with trying to squeeze some pennies here, since we are paying for everyone in the county who's already being paid for as well, that our charge should be less than everyone else's since we're paying for?
It is less than the other funded cities. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
What do they, I can't see
I
good
think the
enough, and I'm
funded
sorry.
cities each pay 35 cents, and the county will pay 30 cents. So there is a.
There is, okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the 586, 300 is what we've already budgeted this year, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So the total each year, okay, so you take a city and you figure out based on your services, how much they would have to pay per unit, per person, for fee. But then the county comes back and pays, their fee in addition on that. Is there any attempt made to determine unincorporated areas versus incorporated areas?
I don't think I quite understand the question. I'm sorry.
Well, it seems like the cities are, their contribution is dependent on, factoring in what their cost is. And so why would the county pay another cost, pay another fee on top of that, as opposed to just paying for the unincorporated areas?
I can't speak intelligently to that question. I can research that, but this is my first attempt at amending the agreement. So I can always do some research to find out the history of it, and I'm sure I can find it in the documents.
Okay, thank you.
I apologize for
To
that.
give you, and this might bring it home a little bit better, just
Thank you.
the discussion we had when the library was here is the amount we pay is, I believe it was less than 30% of the folks that actually use it live in the county. Everybody else lives in an incorporated area, has access to libraries and all. But yet we're paying more than what it would be for the 30% that lives in the rural area. It's a similar thing here is if we were just to focus on paying the folks, for the folks that live in the rural areas and not the folks that live in Hewitt or Belmead or Woodway or McGregor. I think, Mike, isn't that where you're going with it
Yeah, that's where I'm going with it is, apparently that number that's being charged to those cities was calculated based on their cost to the health district.
Based on the population, yes.
Yeah. Well, the population, you would take that, determine what their normal cost is to you and divide it over the population. So I'm wondering why that same thing couldn't be done and sever the county from double paying and just have the county paying for the unincorporated.
Assistant City Manager Deidre Emerson is here. She may want to address that.
So one of the things that we can do, and we do have time before the cooperative agreement goes into place, is that we can look at a different, take the feedback that we're hearing today and look at what those funding structures could be. Traditionally, the way the structure has been is similar to what you said, Commissioner Perry, is that have looked at what the population is within the county. And it is a reduced, as LaShawna mentioned, it is a reduced rate compared to what the member cities have been paying. The city, quite frankly, has kind of bears the brunt of that cost of everything else that isn't covered in the process. And so we collectively, I mean, we recognize that it is a cost increase, but there's also, as LaShawna mentioned, an increase in service and the ability to maintain and retain employees has become increasingly difficult. So we do know that we saw some expenditures that, for instance, on the city perspective, where there were some things that LaShawna and the team have really sought out grant funds in order to cover some of those gaps and where we needed resources. In fact, they recently received a grant that would extend some of the services and employees over the next 5-year period. One of the things that we've committed to, and I mentioned this to Judge earlier, is that any position that is a grant-funded position, when that grant goes away, that position goes away. So we are really doing what we need to do to ensure that we are retaining only those things and positions that we have funding for. We're not we're not putting ourselves in a position where those positions would extend over once the life of the grant is over. Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, well, we appreciate your presentation. We will work with you going forward to answer any other questions the court may have. And thank y'all very much.
And real quickly, one other question I do have. This is mandatory for the city, right? You guys don't have a choice. You have to have this service available.
We have to have the service available as a city and a county. So there are some direct services that are mandated by the state, and so the city has become the I'm going to say owner, for lack of a better word, of the health district, and that's a cooperative agreement that we've had with the county for many years.
Yes.
And it's worked very well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Well, thank you for your time. We'll be in touch.
Okay, so Dustin, we need action on that deferral
Judge.
for recording purposes.
I think we can just approve it for recording purposes, and then we have moved it to the work session as well. So it's listed down there, and then we can keep it. And then as we work towards a final agreement, we can put it back on the agenda.
All right. Okay. Is there a motion to approve it for recording purposes?
So move.
Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. All right, thank you. All right, Dustin, do we want to go to L2?
Yes, sir. We can move to L2.
All right. So this would be regarding the bipartisan infrastructure law discussion and their action on funding and guideline opportunities and eligible projects, programs, and related matters. So we'll have Georgina Rivera to make this presentation.
Georgina, you're on mute if you're trying to present.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This is Georgina Ibarra, and I'm going to talk to you about these items on your agenda. One was the 2023 Transportation Alternatives Call for Projects, and that's a 2-page application, quite simple, alerting that TxDOT that the county is in need of assistance and the amount of monies they have to set aside for these potential projects. The service that I'm requesting from TxDOT, from their engineering division, falls under planning. I believe the county is in need of assessing all of their streets and roads. I did get the information last week from your engineering related to your culverts and your bridges, and they are definitely in need of repairs. So that's going to be a priority, is to seek funding for these type of problems that the county is having. The amount requested for this particular project, as far as the assessment, is $5 million. That's, like I said, this is just preliminary. We'll have to work up, I'll have to continue to assess your county and put some documentation in order for the TxDOT engineering division to be able to acquire their assistance. The next item on your agenda here is the request for funding for your culverts. I did submit that preliminary application. Once again, I got the information from your engineering department last week. I will continue to pursue that and make that a priority. The next 3 months, 90 days, for the next commissioners meeting, I will prepare a PowerPoint presentation. So you'll walk you through the process of these applications, because on February the 28th, there's another application due to the US DOT, the United States Department of Transportation. And this program is called RISE, R-I-S-E, which is Rebuilding America under the Infrastructure and Sustainability and Equity Funding. There is a $1.5 billion available. The award ceiling is $25 million. And I will be focusing on acquiring funding once again for your bridges. In the spring, there's another DOT program coming up, and that is going to be for bridges. That's another application that I wish to submit on your behalf. That's what I'm going to be working on. Like I said, the next 90 days will be purely streets, roads, and bridges. There are many other programs available, but right now, my priority, and there's something else that you'd like for me to pursue, I'd be happy to, but at the moment, I will be focusing entirely on your streets and roads, and you may put me on your agenda for the next meeting so I can walk you through the process and the applications that have been submitted.
All right, any questions?
I have one.
Comments?
I had a question. I see the information in the packet about the grant initiatives that we're applying for. Is there any documentation on what our application looks like as far as what projects we're submitting?
Yes.
Okay.
The first one was for planning, so that was purely a preliminary. But I will send you the 2-page application so that you can better understand it. The other one was for culverts, and it was an application, preliminary application as well, to the federal government under this DOT. And that was for your bridges, roads and bridges.
Okay, specifically which locations on those culvert replacements and which bridges are we seeking grant funding for? Do we have that?
Yes, and like I said, what I would prefer to do next time, the next meeting, what is it, you mean weekly? Do I understand that correctly?
Well, again, on the 21st.
Okay, then I will process a PowerPoint presentation for you so that you better understand the programs that I'm seeking and specific locations that I am applying for.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? All right. No other questions or a motion to approve that report for recording purposes?
So moved. Second.
A motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
And Judge, under L2A and L2B, we actually need to ratify these two applications. L2A was the Transportation Alternative Set-Aside Program application, and L2B is for a culvert removal replacement.
All right,
application.
requesting a motion for ratification of L2A and L2B.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
A motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. All right, next, we're gonna have a presentation by SO under item L1D, approval order authorization of exemption from competitive bidding and emergency purchase of thermal camera for law enforcement operations. Thank y'all for waiting.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
We've got a PowerPoint set up here. If we go ahead and go to page 2, please. A little historical information about our Sheriff's Office Aviation Unit. We started this unit in 1974 with military surplus helicopters, as most of you are aware. The program has been sustained with surplus helicopters and parts that we've obtained through the property surplus program for the last 49 years. In the mid-90s, we purchased a Spectralab SX-16 Night Sun. This is a searchlight that is 40 million candle power, 60,000 lumen lamp output, has a range of about 3,200 feet. In 2015, Texas DPS moved their helicopter unit out of Central Texas, Waco area because of the issues at the border, that leaving the area without a helicopter with a thermal camera. The closest right now are Austin and Dallas area. 2016, DPS donated a thermal camera to the Sheriff's Office in Clinton County. That unit we received was an L3 Westcam M12 that was an operational unit, but also an obsolete unit at the time, meaning it was not repairable or rebuildable at the time. When the part surplus ran out for that unit, we couldn't fix it. The unit operated great until August of 2022. We started having trouble last year. We have tried numerous different facilities, including L3 themselves, to have it repaired or serviced, and we're unable to do so. Just to give you some background, if you can go to the next slide, please. In 2022, the Sheriff's Office had 113 flights with a little over 200 flight hours. We assisted 12 different public safety agencies in the Central Texas area. 65% of these calls are during low light hours, either dark or almost dark. Our public safety missions include law enforcement operations, search and rescue, assisting fire departments, and then assisting the wildland firefighting operations as well. Next slide, please. So far in 2023, during January, we had 3 public safety calls. All of these were at night. We only had our searchlight. We did not have a thermal to use. 2 of these were search and rescue calls for assistance, and 1 was a law enforcement call for assistance, looking for a criminal suspect that was on the run. So, next slide, please. The unit we're asking for is the most current unit that L3 Westcam makes. It's an MX-10. It's a fully digital, high-definition camera system. It's the latest technology, high-definition thermal imager, advanced video tracking, advanced image processing, simplified aircraft integration with Searchlight interfaceability, which means it ties into our Searchlight. Wherever we look at with the camera, our Searchlight is also looking in that exact area, so all we have to do is turn the light on and it lights up. We don't have to adjust both of them, which we have to do now with our old current system we had to do. We had to run two remotes trying to look at stuff. The difference between the old one and the new one is night and day. The old one was built in 2000, 2001. The technology is just amazing. The mission enhancements that a thermal gives us, system allows public safety aviation units to support ground operations in day and night. It improves the ability to detect and locate people in low light environments, enhances daytime visual range, increases the unit's effectiveness in supporting first responders working on the ground. It also increases the aviation unit's safety. When we operate only with a Searchlight, we have to operate at low levels. This puts us in danger if we have any sort of engine failure, any sort of mechanical issues. We don't always have the space we need above the ground to conduct the emergency procedures to safely get to the ground. So we put ourselves at risk doing the job, even more so than normal. With a thermal camera, it allows us to operate from a much higher, about 3 times as high as you have to operate with a Searchlight. So it gives us a lot more safety margin built into that flight. Next slide, and if you will hold, don't start it yet. So I'm gonna give you some examples just so you can see what we see. Keep in mind that these are an iPhone recording of our screen in the helicopter. So it's gonna be not as clear as what we see on a helicopter and a little more shaky than what we see because it's a human holding it, taking a picture. This first example is a field of livestock. It's approximately 1.6 miles away. The phone is going to be on our screen, and then it's going to scan outdoors to show you how dark it actually is outdoors, and then it will scan back to the screen. There'll be a brief moment where our skid tube is over the screen. Then it will clear back up, and then we'll zoom in to different levels of digital zoom so you can see exactly what we can see. But keep in mind, we're 1.6 miles away from this field of livestock. If you can start the video, please. So the black, this is hot black. You can see animals in black. Now we're scanning to look outside. You can see it's pitch black outside. Looking back inside, that's a skid tube in the way. That'll clear. Then we'll zoom in once we get back. So you can see how, I mean, we're over 1.5 miles away, and you can see the cattle really clear. Same with humans. I mean, it's just a night and day difference because you could see when you looked outside, you couldn't see your hand outside the window. It was just that dark. Next slide, please. In this slide, again, it's total darkness. We're just under. Okay, so this next one, we're just under a mile away from this house. Again, it was total darkness. This is looking at the house through the thermal camera. And you can go ahead and hit the play. Oh, okay, it's just a picture on this one, okay. And then this one, another example. We're 1 mile away from this trailer house. This is showing you the difference between what we call white hot and dark hot. It just shows you 2 different ways that the camera can see at night. it's just another example. And again, we're 1 mile away looking at this. That's in white hot and that's in dark hot, the last frame there. The last two images we just saw were in Coryell County when we had the escaped inmate back in September. We were up there assisting the Marshal Service looking for that inmate. This is a daytime example. This gentleman we see in the boat here is 3.2 miles away, and this just shows you an example of how well this camera system works with a digital zoom. Now, all of this in September, once we realized we couldn't fix the current system we had, L3 brought one of their new units down and demoed it to us. They let us use it for 3 weeks, and we were able to use it just at our leisure on calls. So these are all actual calls we were on. So this was actually when we went down to assist Zapata County on the border for a few days, and this was a call on the border. So this gentleman is 3.2 miles away, and you can see how well we can zoom in on somebody even that far away.
Was he over his limit?
He, this gentleman was moving immigrants, using his fishing operation as a cover to move immigrants across the border. He would put out nets, he would go to Mexico side, pick up immigrants, move them to the American side, and then go back, pick up his empty nets, and go back to Mexico. So I just wanted to give you all some examples of how well the system works. It really makes a very, very big difference in what we can do. When we have calls at night for missing persons, for, you know, whether it be children, whether it be elderly, whether it be somebody's injured, you know, mental health issues, just all sorts of things we get called for night after night in this area. This kind of equipment is life-saving equipment. It really does help. Now, the cost of this equipment. As you can see, our original quote was $453,000 before any type of discount. I was able to resource the actual cabling, so we were able to take $16,000 off that quote. I added it back in later at a cost of $6,900, saving the county about $8,900. I know that's not a large amount, but to me, every penny counts. They did give us a 3% one-time discount of $13,000 savings, which puts us at $423,000 from L3, and then at a total when we add the cabling back in, around $430,000 cost. Now, when this quote expires, they do have a price increase of 12%, which will be a price increase of $52,000 after the expiration date. So the sheriff's office is asking for half from the county, and then we would take half out of our forfeiture fund. Have any questions about?
And Dustin, this is ARPA qualified, correct?
That is correct, and I think Mike wants to kind of step through that. But we looked at, you know, different funding availabilities, visited with Forvis, and there is the law enforcement is very limited inside of ARPA, but there is emergency response equipment as a potential avenue. So, Mike, did you want to kind of step into the ARPA discussion and then also declaring the emergency?
Right. As Dustin said, there's not a lot for law enforcement, but there's emergency management response equipment, or emergency response equipment, sorry. And we believe it can fit under that. Forvis agrees. We're in the order on this. We're both granting the exemption from competitive bidding under state law and declaring an emergency for under ARPA. This is something that would essentially be an emergent acquisition, because today a little kid could go missing in, you know, dense wooded area, or it's not something that, you know, you wait around on, because these things happen all the time. So the order both exempts it under state law, as we're allowed to do, but more importantly, declares it an emergency acquisition, so that they can purchase it directly, and we won't violate any competitive bidding requirements under ARPA.
Okay. I guess the only thing, I'm for this, one way or the other, however we do it, but I would like to look and see where we're at again with the commitment with ARPA funds. And you guys work hard for your seizure, your forfeiture and seizure funds. We work hard to keep things out of the general fund. And when we have an opportunity to do both, I would just like for us to look at it and see if it fits, and if we've got enough. And Dustin, are we gonna do it, when are we gonna get another look soon at what we've got committed, encumbered, spent?
Commissioner, I can do that right now if that's okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think what you're asking is, do we have full funding available in the ARPA?
Yes, sir.
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
So, and just as always, with the caveat that these are, these are kind of round numbers and not Francis's more detailed budget. But I did go through and update this recently, and so there may be a project or two that's not on here, but I believe it's updated. Just kind of stepping back through it like we always do. That lost revenue portion was 10 million. Of course, we received 49.8. You can see the expenditures that came from it was the Paul Tyson demo, Fire Protection Association. That's the 911 rate, or the radios for the volunteer fire departments. And then also the volunteer fire departments lost fundraising and would leave us a little over 9 million to spend at the downtown jail. And there may be some others that need to come out of this category. Then that leaves 39.8 million. You can see here, if we just said 25.4 million of that went to non-county projects. These are all the previously funded projects, including the 10 million that is set aside for water infrastructure. That would still leave us over 14 million for what we're calling county projects. We had identified about 5 million of HVAC upgrades, $5 million worth of potential work that could be done in the downtown jail that ties into the HVAC or other factors. Cleaning, this was the base rental for trials, the PPE, and then 2.5 million set aside for low water crossings and culverts. And then that still leaves us with 1.5 million, assuming all of that other is spent.
Okay.
And the county share, what did we say the county share on the camera would be?
$215,224.28.
I guess what I would hate to do is wait to the bitter end on this thing and we've got all this money left. I'm getting more inclined to spend it quicker than, we've been working on this a long time. And I don't have a problem if we commit to the
Commissioner, we have room in the $10 million discretionary funding, and that it wouldn't affect it that much. It'd just bring it down. It'd bring it down under 9 million by just a little. It'd be 8,900,000 and something thousand.
If we chose.
Now, Mike, sorry, Commissioner. Mike, this would be eligible just under the
ARPA. Yeah, so we wouldn't even have to take it out of the $10,000. We could take it out of county projects.
And I do just want to say the HVAC, the miscellaneous downtown jail work, visiting with Forvis, that may, there may be a large chunk of that cannot be used there. And it just falls back under federal procurement standards and using a CMAR. So I think we'll have ample funds. I do want to point out that a few of the nonprofits that were not cut from our list before, they keep reaching out just to see when the court might make a decision, and we're just letting them know that the court is focused on the water projects, then also on these emergency type projects, and before we turn the attention back to the
Public
nonprofits.
safety,
Public safety, yeah.
Yes.
which I agree, that's where it should be, so.
Any other questions or comments? What's the pleasure of the court?
So what I'll do is make a motion to approve the request for the system. Give me the name again.
MX-10 thermal camera.
The MX-10 thermal camera. And what I would like for us to do in this process is look for ways to pay for it out of ARPA funds. If something occurs and we can't, we have to come back to y'all. I hope y'all understand, but the first step would be to look to pay for it with the ARPA funds.
Well, as well, we're looking at other grants as well that might match up.
True.
You know.
True.
Well, you can pay it out of ARPA funds.
Okay. Realizing we've got a deadline to do that, to not have that 12% increase.
Yeah.
And what we will
Right.
do on the next agenda, you'll get 2 budget amendments to approve as well. So you'll have an ARPA budget amendment, and then we'll need to amend, update the forfeiture budget as well. We won't let those hold it up if y'all want to proceed, but
So Commissioner, what you're saying is, you know, we're gonna get this done.
Right.
Give us another meeting to figure out exactly how it comes.
We would like to pull it out of ARPA funds, and that might, we've got till March 28th, right? And so then that way, we're gonna know for sure that we're gonna be comfortable there, and then your forfeiture funds wouldn't come into play.
Second,
Okay. Have a motion second. Any other discussion?
I want to say, Judge, that I've got a camcorder with a digital zoom, and I'm gonna go home and see if I can get 3 miles away with that thing. See how it works.
You'll count cattle out at Judge's place.
Okay.
All right. Okay, I have a motion second, and no other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose? Pass. Thank y'all. Sorry it took so long.
It's all right.
All right, let's take a 5-minute break. Okay, it's 10:54, it's called court back in session. I want to do two items, then I'll get to Judge Hodges after that. I want to do L5A. This is a discussion or action regarding the submission of the grant application for the unincorporated community of Elmont. So I think we have Rhonda Taylor going to present that.
Yes, sir. And I see Rhonda is on. Rhonda, if you're muted.
And also Janelle Taylor on L5B, which is a pre-award project verification.
All right, Judge, I see Rhonda is on.
I'm here.
Okay. All right, good morning.
Good morning. How are y'all?
All great. Good. You have a presentation for us?
I do not have a presentation. I'm so sorry. Everybody's had such nice presentations and y'all just got me. I'm sorry.
All right. Well, we'll work with what we got.
Okay.
So you wanna go over the discussion item?
Okay, Janelle, you want to start? You want me to start?
Rhonda, I think it may be better for you. Janelle was procured for the other grants, but if we move forward with this one, they're not procured yet for this grant. So I think we need to hear directly from you.
Okay, it's the $500,000 CDBG grant that's coming up. And we would like to use that funding to replace old cracked sewer clay lines that we have on North O'Dallas Road, and try to get it all replaced to 308, which is Elmont Drive. We're looking at about 1,600 feet, which if 1,600 to 2,000 feet, yeah. So hopefully, if the pricing will start going back down on sewer pipe, that would roughly come out to about the 500,000 we need, and on top of the probably about 2 to 3 brickline manholes need to be replaced.
All right.
And so Judge, what's before the court? We've done this in the past for Elmont for Water Control Improvement District Number 2. The court would be applying on their behalf. It's a CDBG grant application, and the way I remember it is that we can only do one of those per year. So this would be our application. The grant award amount is up to $500,000. It does require a match of 2%, so roughly $10,000, just depending on what that award amount shakes out to. But we would be applying on their behalf, and we would be responsible for that match. And then the next step for this, if this is approved, we would work with purchasing to begin the procurement of the grant administration, and then also the engineering services.
Okay.
This has been a good program, and want to continue trying to find these as much as possible for the Elmont water, the McLennan County Water Control Improvement District Number 2, also known as Elmont Water. So I'd make a motion that we approve the submission of the grant application.
Okay.
Second.
I have a motion, second. Any other discussion?
I had a question. Is it any way we can get, I see they have the grant document in the packet, but can we get an actual narrative of exactly what they're going to do?
Sure. I have it.
Okay. All right. We have a motion, second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. Call for vote.
Commissioner Smith?
Aye.
Commissioner Miller?
Aye.
Judge Bolton?
Aye.
Commissioner Jones?
Aye.
Commissioner Perry?
Aye.
I
Pass.
got another question.
Yes.
The 10,000 match, where is that going to come from? Is that ARPA?
It'll come from general fund. Is same as we've had it in the past, but it's something that the general fund will cover.
Well,
Is that where it has to come from?
That's a good question.
Doesn't it come from the Elmont Water? I thought.
I do believe they can pay, yes.
I think the last one was different.
So they furnish.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
They may reimburse us for it, something like that.
I'll have to
we get sent, it comes in like $3,000 or $4,000 for each step of the way. So it gets paid out over time as the grant moves on.
So they, in other words, that entity pays it, not us, right? Okay.
Yeah, really, so we're
Yep.
just helping facilitate it.
Right.
And then Ken does the procurement
Okay.
professionally.
Yes. I've
And
already
then-
looked at it previous and so ready.
Okay, thank you.
And this application's not due until, I believe, the 1st of April. So I know it's a quick turnaround, but we will be able to provide the court with much more information as we move along.
Okay. All right, going to L5B. Is Janelle Foster on, or Dustin, you want to lay it out?
Yes, sir.
I'm here.
Okay.
Yes.
Morning.
So this one being on the heels of what you were just approving for an application, the county did this for McLennan WCID, and they have now been awarded a project. They've got some sewer lines that they can replace. It's a $350,000 grant, and they've got a match of 17.5 that they will be paying on this. And so this one, we've sent over some pre-award documents that are ready for the judge to sign. And then once we get those uploaded and submitted into TDA Go, then the agreement will be ready to be executed. And this is 2-year contract. So it started actually on 2/1/23 and it will end on 1/31 of 25.
Okay. Any
And it
questions?
includes, I was gonna say it includes the regular civil rights documents that will need to be reaffirmed. We are recommending adopting the 1013, which is a public participation plan, so that it will also allow that public hearings can be posted and don't only have to be published.
Okay. Any questions? What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve the pre-award project verification and adoption and ratification of civil rights policies and procedures.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. All right, since Judge Hodges is in the court, let's jump over to his quarterly report. What item is that?
It's item N10A.
N10?
N10.
You intend what?
All right, good morning, sir.
Morning. I just want to show up in person. We usually do our monthly report. I just want to show up in person and tell you all that mental health court is going real well. Thank you again for your support. With the new administration coming in the DA's office, we're getting a lot of support now. Michelle Seimer, who's the first assistant, is hands-on with this. She's been going to the jail. She's been attending our staffing sessions. She's informing all of the prosecutors about the program and the requirements to get in the program. So they're really pushing it. They're really cooperating with us a lot. We've got a graduation this Thursday with 3 new graduates. It's our 3rd graduation, so things are starting to ramp up and go real well. We're asking for, actually Amy asked me to present some resolutions today because, let me pull this up on my phone so I can read it. You're probably aware that the legislature passed, it was House Bill 1256 in 2021, and they designated 1% of mixed drink beverage revenue to go to specialty courts. And so as a result of that, the governor's office has some grant funds available to specialty courts. We've applied for 2 of those grants. One is for our DWI drug court, and it totals $188,879.50. We've also applied for a mental health court grant totaling $194,862.70. These are one-year grants. There's no match required from the county. It's coming specifically from state funds. And what we want to use these grant funds for is to hire 2 case managers, a coordinator, a part-time certified peer support specialist, and then travel and training and that for these folks. One of the things, and so we just brought on a case manager, which is helping significantly. In the past, when we had people in mental health court, we had to depend on the person over at I'm gonna say it wrong, not MHMR anymore, it's, what's the new title?
Heart Texas Behavioral Health.
Behavioral health. So we had to depend on their caseworkers to supervise our folks. Their caseworkers have 200 people on their caseload. So when we had somebody get out of jail and they need housing, or they need to go to individual or group counseling or anything like that, we had to depend on them to get that accomplished for us. Now we've got a caseworker. We stole someone from them who's familiar with all these folks. And she's going to be working specifically with our group, and she'll only have 30 people that she'll have to supervise. So she's going to be able to help them with getting housing, getting treatment, any of their needs that they've got. So I think that's going to make a huge difference. And so these requests are for additional funding for these other folks. In addition to that, I want to make you aware of the fact, let me pull this other photo up that Amy sent me. There's an article in the paper today that the chief of police and Daniel Thompson, who's the executive director of behavioral health, Ryan Adams, some of the folks from behavioral health, Chief Victorian, Commander Wallace, they're all going to Denver. I think it's next month, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Going to Denver to look at how they're handling their crisis intervention, the behavioral health hub that they have there. They've been very successful. They've integrated the police into the mental health treatment of people and early intervention and all that. So it's Amy's going to go along with these folks, and we're going to look at what they're doing and how they've done it and see if we can come back with some recommendations. So that's kind of exciting too. But mainly I just want to tell you things are going well. Thanks for everything, and we're excited about where we're going.
Yeah, it's, the biggest challenge is that Heart Texas Behavioral Health has, especially working with their jail, is they're short-staffed, and they hadn't been able to deliver what they intended to deliver, and I think it's caused some problems.
It's caused real problems. They used to have 3 people over there full-time, now they're down to 1.
Right.
And, you know, his job is not only to help us find these people who are suffering and find a solution for them, but they've got every day, and I just did this last week, so I can tell you how voluminous it is. Every day we get inquiries from the jail about people who may need to be examined for mental health problems. We're getting 20 to 25 people a day that the magistrate has to look at all the paperwork and make a decision, yeah, that person needs to be looked at, or no, they don't. But I did that because Virgil was gone last week. We're getting 20 to 25 a day. If Ryan has to go look at 25 people a day to see if they need mental health treatment or other services, he didn't have time to do anything else. So that's a huge problem right now.
Right. Well, in fact, the timing is pretty good for us to look at it as a county on how we are dealing with it, because the legislature has sent a pretty good notice that they intend on taking some of this excess budget that they've got and put it to speed up the solutions for mental health, how they deal with it, including more beds. You know, we've got people that we can't get out because there's no beds in there. You know, they're sitting here and, you know, they're not going to be getting any better. And the cost of us keeping them here, that could be pushing that to the state if they have a place to do so. And so I was intending to talk to the sheriff and the department about, how what else do we need? And how we can all work together, on this problem, because if there is more money available, we want to be sure we're able to access it. And, I think that's what our taxpayers expect us to do.
Yep.
So,
And one of the things I would love for us to look at in the future is, there's a jail-based competency restoration program.
right,
We've got an amazing one in Lubbock that, and if we had that available, we wouldn't have to wait 365 days to send somebody to a state facility. Probably would end up saving us a lot of money in the long run.
right, okay. All right, I think in that, we also, is Judge Hodges, he actually covered item L3A and L3B, so, if there's a motion to approve those two, it'd be a good time to do it.
So motion to approve L3A regarding the mental health court application, grant application, and then L3B, the DWI court.
Second.
I have motion second. Any other discussion? Discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye. Thank you, folks. One quick
Okay.
comment. We have been told by the state that even though these are one-year grants and they don't require anything from the county, there's a really good chance those grants are going to continue to be renewed, depending on how well we do, how successful we are. So it's
Okay.
good news. Thank you, folks.
Thank you, sir. All right, thank you. Okay, Destin, let's see, why don't we jump to, report on maintenance at the jail, and get that one while they're here so we can get them back to work. Not that this is not work, sitting there listening to all this business, but.
Certainly. Some consider it painful.
Yeah, I do. Thank you, Judge Hodges.
Thank you, Judge.
Again, good morning.
On it.
What number are we on? N3?
All right.
There you are.
I think we have a PowerPoint for maintenance of equipment. It's pretty short and sweet this month, November, December. The radio shop had 8 work orders for jail repairs, 5 work orders for radio repairs, and 5 work orders for equipment install, removal, and repair. John spent a lot of time out on tower sites those 2 months. He's been doing that a lot, trying to get
All of them done.
yeah, all of them done and up and going. As far as the sign shop in November, we did 71 signs, 5 sign orders for 5 departments. In December, 133 signs with 12 sign orders for 8 departments. Vehicle maintenance, in November, for 5 county departments, we had 70 work orders, 8 state inspections, and $954 change in outside labor costs. In December, for 5 county departments, we did 93 work orders, 9 state inspections, and $15,634 and some change in outside labor costs. The reason you see that large number is transmission repairs. We had 3 transmission repairs at a little over $4,000 a pop. What we're seeing is these transmissions are starting to go out at around 140 to 150,000 miles. We're keeping some of these vehicles in our fleet, I believe, way too long. Buying these vehicles in our government program, we're getting 5-year, 100,000-mile warranties on them. So, it's covering a lot of our cost up to that 100,000-mile mark, especially our patrol vehicles that are out running pretty hard day in and day out, 7 days a week sometimes. Once they get over that 100,000-mile mark, they get about 120, we start seeing engine problems. About 140, 150, we start seeing transmission problems. So that's something we might look at. We may need to start rotating those things out a little sooner. It may save us money, in the long run with that 100,000-mile warranty we're getting for the government purchase.
Outside the government purchase, what is it typically, the standard?
Standard warranty?
3
3-year, 36,000, and usually 5 years, 60,000 on engine powertrain. So they're giving us you know, the main manufacturers, Dodge, Chrysler, and Ford, are giving us the 100,000 mile with government purchase.
And can you buy, or can you purchase extended warranty past that 100,000?
You can, but the cost is pretty substantial.
Would be,
Well,
even,
yeah, and it's something to look at, especially on the Tahoes, because Chevrolet's they're admittedly now
oh, you're gonna say.
have a problem. And my motor blew up, and I've been, I think, almost 6 months for a new motor coming from the factory.
Good.
Herb Bristow's blew up, and so, you know, he looked, and, you know, they're willing to pay some and this and that. Well, Herb got him to pay all his, because he looked up that there's all these warranty claims, all these claims out of warranty, and they're proving up that there's a problem with the motor. And
We've seen a substantial uptick in problems on 21 and 22 Tahoes.
yeah. So
They're covered under warranty, but, you know, vehicles with 10,000 miles, 15,000 miles shouldn't be going back with valve train problems.
well, another thing is, you know, getting them out of the shop. You know, if you have to go to a deep motor overhaul or replace the motor. So,
Yeah, I need to start looking at getting pickups through that program, and that's a good deal, getting that warranty, good gosh, so.
yeah.
So,
Okay.
as always, would love to have y'all come out and visit our operation.
I'm gonna do it, I promise. I appreciate the invitation. I wanna do that.
One thing on the
If you offered a
sign
bill, he'd be there.
Yeah, yeah. On the sign shop stuff, I was speaking with one of the sign guys, and they're having a problem sourcing some of the sign material, the brackets and some of those things. We have some avenues with some of the vendors we use for the sign shop stuff to acquire some of that. So if your precincts are running into issues and not being able to find certain brackets or rivets or whatnot, send them my way, and we'll do everything we can to help them source those and find a good vendor at a good price on them.
Okay, thank you. All right, any questions? If not, is there a motion to approve the report for recording purposes?
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion second, any other discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass. Thank y'all. All right, Dustin? What do you want to go to?
Yes, sir. So Judge, I know we have a few executive sessions that we would like to try to tackle before lunch, but I know Chris has 2 open session items. And then Colin Coker is on the line too, in case we want him to go through his report. So I don't know if you want to start with Chris's 2 items, then we can jump to Colin, then we can head into executive session.
Yeah, let me ask Colin a question, or let me ask the court a question. Colin had sent over his report, and it's a fairly extensive report. And I've had a chance to review it. I don't have any questions about it. I know there is an issue that he needs to deal with regarding security. But in regards to the quarterly report, does anyone have any questions for Colin on that? Okay, if not, is there a motion to approve his report for recording purposes?
So moved.
Second.
All right, have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass. All right,
And so
Dustin.
for Chris, sorry, Judge.
No, go ahead. So, Chris can give her open session report.
All right, we have under 05, this is the Greater Waco Chamber of Commerce Monthly Economic Development Report for December 2022. And then after that, if you want to, Chris, I1 is regarding the program project agreement with an Unconditional Love authorization of payment request number 2.
What was the first one? Oh, what? 05.
05.
05, thank you.
Reagan's get me situated here, so.
Okay.
Bear with me just a second. I will say that we did have a a very good, productive year for 2022. So we'll have a bit of a summary that we'll be providing to you. Judge, I'm happy to move over to the unconditional love piece if we want to
All right.
tackle that while they're
Okay.
handling the other piece. So what you have before you is a draw request from Unconditional Love, which operates locally as Hello Bello. We conducted a program project agreement with them a few years ago for the location of their facility into the Texas Central Park. They have submitted their request for, part of that agreement is there's an annual payment that goes along with that for $500,000 a year, so long as they are meeting the metrics of their agreement. They have made the investments that they've committed to, and they are exceeding their employment requirement. So at this point, they would have had 100 jobs by the agreement. They have 130.
Wow.
And they have a residency requirement at this point for 70% in McLennan County, and they're at 84% in their current roster. So we always are glad to see when they are exceeding expectations. So what you have before you is the draw request, and the county's portion of which is $250,000.
Okay, any questions on that?
That's the diaper place, correct?
Yes.
Yes,
Uh-huh.
with the very colorful mural.
Nothing says unconditional love like a diaper.
What's the, so what is their, what's their, obviously it fits into the WebMec model. What is their average and
What's their average?
pay and things like that?
I don't have that number right in front of me, but I'm happy to pull that in front of you. They had a commitment. We made the change in wages in the middle of the negotiation of their agreements, and they committed to coming in at that higher level. So they have a minimum of no less than $15 an hour for all of their wages. But I do know that they have quite a few skilled workers because of the technology that they use. So they're definitely well above that $15 an hour average wage.
Great.
Yeah. Yeah, I think demand for labor is so strong right now that we're exceeding all these minimum requirements that we set last year by a long way, so it's good. Okay.
Make a motion to approve the request.
Second.
Have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass, and then a motion to approve her, oh, you're fixing to do the.
I can skip it if you want.
No, go ahead and hit the high points.
Okay, all right. Reagan Field, head over to the next slide for me. So this is a summary of our year-to-date activity related to economic development. We had 138 inquiries for the year, which was exceeded where we were in 2021. Our business retention program continues to regain where it had lost some ground during COVID. We're getting back into the swing of things. We're out in the market still, and we've had a tremendous number of on-site visits last year and this year related to project activity. If we can move to the next slide. So what does all that mean? We've had 8 different projects that announced in 2022. 4 of those were expansions and 4 were new business attractions, the result of which was $172.7 million in new capital investment, 800,000 square feet of absorbed or developed real estate, 550,000 square feet of which is new construction, 502 new jobs, over 1,000 retained jobs as a result of those 4 existing businesses that are expanding. And over the next 10 years, these will result in more than $1.4 billion in new payroll to the community. So there's lots of good activity that's happening here, and we're looking forward to 2023 being a very productive year too.
All right, thank you. Any questions? If not, is there a motion to approve that report for recording purposes?
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. All right, hang on just a second. We do have that item on insurance premium for the helicopter. And so what item is that, Dustin?
So that's G2, ratification of aviation insurance proposal with Assured Partners Aerospace for the county sheriff. And policy premium totals $25,200. They were able to maintain the same pricing as last year, even though there had been a industry-wide increase. And it was due to expire on February the 6th. So we did go ahead and Judge, you signed it. And so we're seeking ratification of it.
All right, is there a motion to ratify my signing that?
So moved. Second.
Got me off the hook. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
And then item L4 is regarding the Office of the Governor, Homeland Security Grants Division, 2023 State Homeland Security Program, LETPA projects, authorization of submission of grant applications and related resolution. Michael, do you want to touch on this one?
Yes, so we're seeking to get about $33,000 in Homeland Security LEPTA funding, which is law enforcement terrorism prevention, through HOTCOG. The money we use to acquire remote firing devices, basically a remote way to detonate or trigger our render safe tools, so that we don't have to be quite so close to something that is hazardous, and also saves supplies and equipment that we use. And doing that, don't have to use as much. So it's an area we're lacking the capability to do. That's kind of an industry standard. And so we're looking to acquire that system, done some research and reached out to other people, and this system came back with no negative reviews or comments from anyone in Texas and Oklahoma that I reached out to. So,
And that grant would cover the cost?
the grant covers the entire cost. There's no match or anything like that. Just seeking approval to submit that application.
Okay. What's the pleasure of the court? Move to approve.
Second.
Have motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. All right, Dustin, what, on these executive session items, what order you want to take them in?
I think we should probably hold the personnel one for last, but for that one, I think we would need to invite Anna, Mike, myself, Francis, and Judge Meyer. And then for maybe start with economic development 551.087, and then security under 551.076, and then finish with the personnel under 551.074.
Okay, and so we can do all those at
I
once.
learned about this about 2 minutes ago, so that's why I quit what I was doing and I came down here.
Okay.
Because I didn't know this was happening. We got no notice of this upstairs.
I apologize. So.
Judge, you want to do personnel first then?
Yeah, let's do personnel. So who needs to stay in here? Judge Myers?
So Anna, Mike, and then Francis as well.
All right. All right, thank you. All right, it is 11:21. Okay, it is 12:28. We'd like to go back into regular session. All right, we still have quite a few agenda items, so we're going to go into another recess, and we'll come back at 1:30. So we recess at 12:28.
Judge Lewis today. I'm gonna do what he used to do. Court is back in session.
Here, I'll do,
1:31.
I'll hit the.
That's my wingman right here too, I forget. But Dustin, we spoke briefly afterwards, and I know we need to go back and clean something up right quick. Do you want to start with that?
Yes, sir, if that's okay. If we could go back to L1D, the approval of order authorizing exemption from competitive bidding and emergency purchase of thermal camera for law enforcement operations. We just want to clarify with the court that the court was approving that exemption from competitive bidding and declaring that emergency. And then Commissioner Perry, I think your motion was to use potentially the full amount of that $430,448.56 from ARPA funds. So we've updated the order, and I'll share my screen. Give me just a second to reflect that. So on your screen now, you'll see it talks about the purchase of the camera being exempted from competitive bidding. And then under the CFR, stating that an emergency exists in regard to the need for this equipment. And then it states that the purchase of said system is approved and is authorized and approved in the use of up to $448.56 of ARPA funding is approved for the purchase.
Okay, and would we need a motion for the revision to the?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what the agenda item again was L1B. L1B.
L1B, yes, sir.
Appreciate that. Has everybody had a chance to see the revisions that are made on, maybe it's me.
And that's L1D, did you say?
Yeah.
D is in David, D is in David, okay.
L1D.
Okay.
All right, if no one has any questions or comments.
So we're going to allow for the entire purchase to come out of ARPA funding, is that correct? We're not going
For
to use the.
up to that amount. And then I think Francis had said she could bring budget amendments back at the next court session for either the full amount out of ARPA or the partial amount out of ARPA and the partial amount out of the forfeiture fund.
And then
We're just making the wording just allowable for the use of up to that amount of ARPA funding.
Okay. Questions or comments? If not, then I'll entertain a motion to accept the revisions to the order.
So move.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Dustin, where would you like to jump in now?
While we're on ARPA, we have a few cleanup items. Are y'all okay if we go ahead and take those right now?
Sure.
Yes, sir.
So that would be under L1 and under L1A is approval of order voiding ARPA subrecipient agreements with Heart of Texas Community Health Center Incorporated, doing business as Waco Family Medicine, and Heart of Texas Region Mental Health Mental Retardation Center, and reaffirming the ARPA beneficiary agreements with the said entities. Mike, did you want to cover these?
Right. Early on, when we didn't, first of all, the difference between a beneficiary agreement and a subrecipient agreement, or the fact that there even was a beneficiary agreement, wasn't real clear. And as stuff started being clarified, we realized that we had done subrecipient agreements with these two entities, but they were actually beneficiaries. So there's a big difference in monitoring and everything else that we certainly didn't want to take on that extra responsibility. So we came back and amended, or didn't amend, we came back and did beneficiary agreements with them. Well, we never did specific, it was just understood that by the fact that we did these new agreements, the old agreements were done. But Forbes says we need to void them to make sure that there's no question as to whether we're doubling up on that. So this order merely voids those past subrecipient agreements.
Okay. Anyone have questions or comments for Mike? We'll need a motion to void the subrecipient order, and the agreement has been redone as a beneficiary agreement with both entities.
Is that 1A and 1B?
That's 1A.
Just 1A? Okay. Motion to approve the order of, approval of order voiding the ARPA subrecipient agreement with the Heart of Texas Community Health Center and reaffirming it as a ARPA beneficiary agreement.
We have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We have any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. At this time, Dustin, we'll take on all these agreements.
Yes, sir, if that's okay. So L1B is approval of order striking references to subrecipient and ARPA agreement with Waco Cultural Arts Fest, DBA Cultural Arts of Waco, and replacing the term with the term beneficiary.
It's the same thing. Essentially, this was early on, and we were using subrecipient because it made sense, because we were a recipient and we were giving them money, but technically it has a whole different meaning. And so wanting to go back and change that, they've actually already spent the small amount of money that we gave them, but we need to change that for auditing purposes.
Okay, so it's just house cleaning, correct?
Right.
Okay. What's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve L1B.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
L1C is authorization of first amended ARPA agreement with the McLennan County Fire Protection Association to provide for single upfront payment to better align with their vendor and getting the volunteer fire department's radios installed.
Yes, the way we originally had it drafted is for draw requests to be made, but that doesn't work out with how their vendor is going to attack installing, and it would probably cause more problems than good. So it seems like it's going to be better overall for the actual implementation of the project to do this as a lump sum upfront payment to the fire association, and they deal with their vendor.
Okay. Questions or comments on that?
My only question is, does anybody know, has this started yet? Have we got any radios installed, or are we still waiting to get them?
No, we're waiting on this.
Well, let's get her done then.
I'll need a motion to approve the request.
Move to approve, go ahead.
Motion to approve the agreement with the McLennan County Fire Protection Association.
We have a second?
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
All right, moving down to L1E regarding the professional consulting contract with Lockwood, Andrews, and Newman Incorporated, authorization of professional service invoice. This is an invoice from Land totaling $19,780.16, and it's for their ARPA-related services through December 25th.
Any questions? If not, I'll need a motion to approve.
So move.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. We have any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
All right, Commissioner, that takes care of that whole grant section now, so we can move back up to the top of the agenda to the pulls from the consent agenda. And Commissioner, do you want me to keep reading the items in?
If you would, I was not anticipating this opportunity that I have right now, so I didn't do the markings that I should have done earlier.
All right. So we'll move to item E3. Well, we can go back to E3A, and that's that receive and discuss results of work time review of court administrator. And we can look for a motion to defer that at this time.
So move.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to defer. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
E3B is Road and Bridge Precinct 2.
Commissioner Miller?
This is just a request to create a crew member position in the department. It would be a position that does not require a Class A CDL, and All of the particulars of this position are similar to that of the one created in precinct 4.
Okay.
So there are no questions. I would just move to approve E3.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We have any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
E3C, County Sheriff. Anna?
Hello.
Yes, I
Anna.
have hi. I have a request here to fill the chief deputy vacancy prior to exhaustion of PTO that's on the books accrued by the exiting employee. The position is vacant as of January 23rd of this year, and it's not set to exhaust the PTO on the books until about March 8th of this year. And the sheriff's office is requesting the ability to fill this vacancy as soon as possible, of course, being the critical leadership position it is.
Okay, and then the question is, are the funds there necessary to do this without having to do, I mean, do they have enough money in their payroll?
It should be okay, and we'll know more as the year goes on, but that should not be a problem as large of a budget as that office is.
Okay.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Moving on to item F, budget amendments. F1's regarding the FY23 budget. Francis?
Okay. So yes, starting with F, F1A1. F1A1 is for Fund 421, which is our 2021 certificates of obligation. So this budget amendment is requested to increase the line item for the Woodway Communications Tower project. And then there's attached quotes for each piece that budget needs to be increased by. F1B, this is also, F1A2, this is also in Fund 421, and this is a request to increase the line item for the 415 Columbus Avenue building. This is another piece of the demo package. Specifically, it's with Rawls Mechanical Services. And this item is also, it's related to item G7 that we will get to here in a bit. F1B, this is General Fund 474th District Court. The judge is requesting to increase furniture and equipment and other services in that department in order to purchase technology equipment, as well as increase a line item for some recording software. And we did approve to increase the staffing in that budget, in that department by 1 on the last agenda. So this will accommodate that new position. F1C, this is General Fund 19th District Court. He is requesting to increase furniture and equipment from a personnel-related line item. There's excess there due to vacancies, and then he is wanting to purchase some new furniture for their offices. F1D, this is General Fund 170th District Court. On one of the last agendas, you approved filling a position before the leave time was exhausted. And so we wanted to wait to see when that position was filled and exactly how much we would need. So this reflects that exact need that's needed to increase that budget by. F1E, this is General Fund for various court departments. A need arose to replace the flags and the flagpoles in some of the courtrooms. And so this was not originally budgeted for. And so the request is to move from contingencies into each of those departments to make that purchase. F1F, this is General Fund Capital Outlay. So our new Justice of the Peace Precinct 5 is requesting to purchase a new color copier to replace the current copier they have. Of course, the request is coming from contingencies, and this was not originally budgeted for. And if you have any further questions on that, let me know.
Where's the maintenance?
So there will be a maintenance piece with it. It will probably replace, Ken, if you know anything about this one, it will replace the maintenance agreement that is on their current copier.
Yes. Okay.
So the maintenance piece was in the budget. F1G, this is general fund, Jack Harwell Detention Center departments. And this is just moving from repair and maintenance in the detention center budget into repair and maintenance for the medical department. F1H, this is general fund for 14th District Court. And they are requesting to move, they're wanting to use the contingencies in general fund and to move into their furniture and equipment in order to buy some technology-related equipment. F1I, this is general fund, 54th District Court, requesting to move within their department into professional development so they can increase the professional development that the staff is getting in that office. And then F1J, this is general fund, again, Justice of the Peace Precinct 5. And she is requesting to move from contingencies into her budget for professional development as well. And I know she is wanting to increase the training that the staff is receiving in that office. Is there any questions?
Questions or comments? If not, I'll need a motion to approve F1A1 through F1J.
So move.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Moving on to item G, bids, RFPs, RFQs. G1 is ratification of area-wide protective message board rental proposal for Road and Bridge Precinct 4. Commissioner Perry?
Yes, sir. So we had a bridge we had to take out. It's a more of a high traffic area for us, so we had to rent a sign, detouring and tell them of the alternative route. And so that's all this is us getting a ratification for the electronic sign. So if y'all don't have any questions or comments, I'd make a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Moving down to G3, authorization of renewal recommendation for bid 22-001, corrugated steel and polypropylene culverts, Wilson Culverts, and advanced drainage system. Ken?
As a normal practice, we reached out to the folks on this bid, the corrugated steel culverts and the polypropylene culverts. We got a good letter back from Greg Barnett with Wilson Culverts. They have gone down in price.
Amazing.
And literally about a 20% increase on the pipe and about a 13% decrease on couplers. So, and now the polypropylene, they remain the same, but I don't know that we've actually used any polypropylene. We had that on there in case, again, that we couldn't get steel culverts. But we recommend extending their contract, if the court approved, will be effect from March 1, 2023 through February 29, 2024.
Okay. Questions or comments for Ken? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
So move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
G4 is authorization of service quotation from Smith's Detection for the X-ray machines. David Ives, did you want to cover this?
Yeah, absolutely, Dustin. This is the re-up for our maintenance agreement for Smith's Detections. In the past, for the last 3 years, we've paid $12,771 with no increase in the price to that. This year, they have gone up from $12,771 to $13,792.68. And although that is an 8% increase, I would like the court to consider that there have been over 4 years where that contract price has not gone up prior to right now. They have just gotten hit really hard with parts and, of course, labor.
Okay.
So we don't own the machines?
Yes, sir. We do own the machines, but the machines have, this is just the maintenance contract for anything that goes wrong with them. Yeah, they are considered critical for us.
Okay.
Absolutely. Pleasure of the court.
Move to approve G4?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We have any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
G5, authorization of statement of work, quote with Civic Plus for single sign-in feature. David Nyhard.
Hey, thank you, Dustin. Good afternoon, everybody. So this request is in regards to a utility change within the website side of the Civic Plus administration. The current utility that we use is no longer supported, so we're having to make some updates there. This will increase our annual renewal with Civic by around $1,200, which has already been paid for the current year. But also includes a one-time implementation fee of $1,575, which we can cover out of our budget.
Okay. But I think I heard you said that's covered in your budget.
Yeah, it's not, but we have funds that can cover it.
Okay. Any questions or comments? If not, I need a motion to approve.
Motion to approve the statement of work quote with Civics Plus.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We have any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
All right, thank you.
Would it be okay to hold G6 on construction manager at risk until judge returns?
Absolutely.
All right, moving on to G7, authorization of labor estimate from Rawls Mechanical Services for 415 Columbus Avenue. TJ?
Yes, good afternoon. So after meeting with Walker Partners and Encore at the 415 Columbus site, it was determined that we would need to take down that back wash bay area in order for the relocation of the power lines coming into the historic home on the other side of our property. So this quote is to do that. It's to remove the structure and the Haydock block wall that resides behind it so Encore can relocate power.
Okay, so it's not all of those buildings over there, but just a particular section?
Yes, sir. Just the wash bay in the back.
That's all the way in the back? Okay. So we get to keep looking at that other?
Absolutely.
That good, okay, very good.
For a little while longer.
Okay. Move to approve G7.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We have any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Under item H, contracts and interlocal agreements, H1 is ratification of rental schedule agreement with RDO Equipment for Road and Bridge Precinct 4. Commissioner Perry?
Yes, sir. Thank you. This comes back to the same project that we were speaking of. We had to get a special piece of equipment to break up the concrete on the bridge. Had a limited amount of time, so we had to rush out and do that. So unless there's questions or comments, I'd make a motion to approve H1.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
H2 is authorization of agreement with Cumbie Pest Control for various buildings. TJ?
Yes, this is our yearly agreement with Cumbie. There are some slight changes in the agreement itself. We found a couple of properties along the way that were not being covered by our current agreement. So we have added those in, and of course, this is all covered under our 2022 budget.
Okay, thank you, sir. Questions or comments for TJ? I'll entertain a motion.
So move.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. We have any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
H3 is authorization of operation and management agreement for historical site and museum with Prairie Chapel School Association. This is a renewal of our agreement, and I don't know if Commissioner Perry or Mike, if y'all want to add anything to this.
The only thing I'll add to this is the first time I met Mike Dixon when I got elected, is he and I had to go out and discuss this with some people. So, Mike, how long have we been doing this? It's been many, many years. He heard that I was going to be handling it last day. But anyway, guys, we've been handling this for quite some time, and it's basically general maintenance, weed eating and mowing, and kind of taking care of the grounds around the school. So if no one has any additional questions, I'd make a motion that we approve H3.
Second.
Thank you, ma'am. We have a motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
All right, moving down to item H5, authorization of sales order agreement and service agreement with CTWP for Justice of the Peace Precinct 5 copier. Ken?
Yes, we had a request from JP5 for a new copier. We've had the quote for the sales here from CTWP in the amount of $6,663.33. We also have an attached maintenance agreement or service agreement in the amount of $420. That is for 35,000 black and white copies annually and for 1,000 color copies annually. That's about the size of it, if the court agrees for the, allow JP5 to purchase this copier.
Okay, does anyone have any questions, Ken? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
H6 is regarding the United States Marshal Service intergovernmental agreement, authorization of modification of contract. This is a modification to the contract with the Marshals for Jack Harwell Detention Center. It's de-obligating the excess funds in the contract and closing out this specific contract.
Okay,
Do we have another contract with them?
We do, and David Ives, if anything you want to add, Commissioner, we get these periodically where they're closing out the specific contract, but David, anything you want to add?
Yeah, and just to clarify for the court, the only people that we engage in this type of contractual activity with are ICE. So this is, it says U.S. Marshal Service, but the Federal Immigration and Customs Enforcement piggyback on the Marshal's contract. This is just ICE, and they are the only federal agency that de-obligates and obligates funds on literally a monthly basis like this. So what they're doing is going in and de-obligating unutilized funds. But when you think about the total amount of inmates that we house, the U.S. Marshal Service is, of course, the bulk of our inmates. We house generally between 10 and 30 man days worth of ICE. So it's always a very small amount for these ICE contracts, and they just obligate and de-obligate funds as they need month to month.
okay, any other questions for David? If not, I'll need a motion to approve.
Move to approve H6.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
H7 is authorization of Lexus subscription agreement with LexisNexis for the 474th District Court. This adds some materials for the court, and the term and cost of the agreement is through 2024, it'll be $79 a month. Beyond that, through January 31st, 2025, it moves to $83 a month.
Okay. Any questions? Need a motion to approve.
Yes, move to approve H7.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Welcome back.
H8.
Judge. We're on H8.
All right.
We'll go ahead and do this one while you're getting squared away.
H8 is authorization of professional engineering services agreement proposal with Lockwood, Andrews and Newnham Incorporated for East Rainier Lane Creek Crossing Improvement Project. Zane?
Yes, sir. Thank you. This is for for LAN to do the design plans and specs for the East Rainier Lane Creek Crossing in Precinct 3. They'll provide preliminary engineering and design services, bid phase services, and construction phase services. And the total amount is $66,500, and it's recommended for approval.
Questions or comments for our engineer? If not, I'll need a motion.
Motion to approve H8.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, going under items I, under Waco McLennan County Economic Development Corporation, we already had Chris Collins' report. And so going under item J, under capital improvement, repairs and maintenance. Under J1 regarding the 415 Columbus Avenue bridge, not bridge, what is it? Site demolition.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Dash.
We received the invoice from Walker Partners. There's a $600 charge for boundary verification survey, and then $1,900 charge for preliminary documents for a total of $2,500. If you'll recall, we did a contract with them for $26,500. And so this is, again, just an invoice for $2,500 on that contract.
Okay. All right, any questions? If not, is there a motion to approve the request?
Move to approve J1.
Second. All right, have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Okay, under J2, regarding the McLennan County Downtown Jail remodel, call on Dustin Chapman and TJ Jackson, Ken Bass.
This is an invoice from Brinkley Sargent totaling $8,501.18, and it's for their work on the programming and conceptual layout. It's been reviewed and recommended for approval.
All right, any questions? If not, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. All right, under J, under regarding the capital improvement projects for Cameron Park Zoo. Francis?
Yes, this is just the request, the monthly request from the city of Waco to reimburse them out of the bond funds for the expenses that they'd incurred for the education center, veterinary hospital, Hoofstock Barn, and Penguin exhibit. And it's been reviewed and we recommend it for payment.
All right, I'll make a motion to approve that. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. All right, under J4, regarding the interlocal agreement with the city of McGregor. Commissioner Perry?
Yes, sir. What we've got here is the work that was on Judith Road for the North Industry Project. We've completed our work. We had an agreement with them that we would do up to $500,000 of in-kind, and that also did include purchasing of some material. I don't see the exact amount we went over. It was around $33,000 over the $500,000. We're just bringing that to the court today for approval for the final amount. And then, Judge, I'm assuming we'll get with the city and see how we want to rectify the difference.
Okay, and I think our agreement was they'd pay anything.
Over 500, and I think it's roughly $33,000.
Okay, all right.
And Judge, I just put it up on the screen. It's $32,375.09, and then it does the interlocal with them did spell out how it would be paid back over the upcoming years.
Okay.
And by the way, the project came out very well. I was very impressed with the crew and the work that they did on this.
Good, great.
Yeah, and City Manager Evans told me the same thing. He really tickled to death with it.
If no one has any questions, I'll make a motion that we approve.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Under K, under real estate right-of-way and easements, we have nothing. Under L, under grants proposals. This is under L1s regarding the U.S. Department of Treasury. Dustin?
Judge, we went ahead and took care of all the grant items, so I believe everyone should be taken care of.
Okay. Okay.
We'll be able to drop down to item M1.
All right. Hang on just a second. All right, under item M is Department, Office, and Specific Requests and Presentations. Under M1A is authorization of cell phone request. Ken, are you going to speak to this?
Yes, sir. We had a request from the sheriff's office for a cell phone. As normal, we can get the cell phone at no charge, but the service is an amount of $39.99 per month, and then with a case for $39.99. That's a single one-time charge, and they want to add $5 monthly for the hotspot option. So a total of $44.99 monthly charge for the cell phone for the sheriff's department.
So are we putting that hotspot feature on all the cell phones?
No, he told me he's got a limited number that he wants wants to add that too. And they're going to turn in some of the MiFis as they add some of these hotspots.
Okay. Sounds good. All right. Any questions anyone have? What's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve M1A.
Second?
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose? Pass. All right, under M1B is authorization of a request to purchase duty weapon. This is for David Kilcrease, and the amount is $325.
Move to approve M1B.
Second?
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass. Under M2 is criminal district attorney authorization of office renovations. TJ?
Yes, so the DA has had time to go in and evaluate his current office space, and he has come up with a need for two individual hard-walled offices. The current space, I'm not sure if everyone got the layout of the fourth floor up there, but the current space is kind of occupied by some modular furniture right now. So it's really and truly the perfect spot to create these offices. So this is just the funding that would take care of that.
Okay. Any questions on that? All right, if not, what's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve M2.
Second?
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. All right, I want to go back to G6. All right, Dustin, you want to lead off on this? Or Ken?
Yes, sir. And so, as the court remembers, we did a two-step process for choosing the construction manager at risk. We are down to the point now where RFPs have been brought back and have been scored by our team. So, Ken, do you want to kind of step into the scoring of this and kind of discuss next steps?
Thought I'd come around front since this is a big deal.
Okay.
First off, let me share on the RFP, our evaluation factors were cost, then the level of supervision and responsive during the construction phase, and cost estimation capabilities. 40 points for cost, 15 points for the responsiveness, and then 25 points for cost estimation capabilities. And then I want to add right here, and then we have a factor yet to be determined, which is the interview process. The RFP called for the scores determined by the evaluation team during the review of the RFQ responses, plus the scores determined by the team on the RFP process. I'll share with you below, I list the average scores from the evaluation team that included the average scores from the RFQ evaluation and the scoring on the RFP responses, less the interview scores. John W. Irwin with a score of 161.2. And I should mention that there's a total of 200 points. So John W. Irwin, 161.2. Masonic, we're at 164.3. Sadalco, we're at 135.1. And I submitted a recap of all the scoring from each of the evaluators and the average scoring as we determined it. For the interview process, it is recommended that Sadalco be excluded from the interview process, as even if it maxed out the points for the interview portion, it would not equal or exceed the pre-interview points garnered by Irwin and Masonic. However, this is the court's choice. I want to share with you, we received a note from Mike. Not later than the 45th day after the date on which the final proposals are opened, the government entity shall evaluate and rank each proposal submitted in relation to the criteria set forth in the request for proposals. We're running very close to that 45th day. It takes a while for all the team to do these evaluations and get them turned in. So I would just share, based on the information provided above, we would recommend that the commissioners have a special called meeting on February 14th, 2023 to conduct the interviews with Masonic and Irwin. We will then be able to finish the evaluation process and have a final recommendation. Thereafter, the court would meet to make a selection no later than February 21st. The recommendations of the purchasing department are intended as information only. The final decision is up to the court. So if the court is willing to go with the special called meeting on the 14th, I'd kind of need to know if that's possible. And
Okay.
what time and how long would you want the interviews to be? Because I would need to start contacting these guys immediately.
Anybody want a Disney movie?
What date is the 14th? What day of the week?
It'd be next Tuesday.
Next Tuesday.
Okay, we can share Valentine cards with each other.
Exactly.
All right, well, now, I think that's a good recommendation. And so y'all will do the interviews, that group, and then you'll come back with the final score.
Oh,
Is that?
No.
If y'all wanted to
Justin, what were you?
No, Judge, it would be, the interview's actually before the Commissioners Court.
Gotcha.
Now, the evaluators can be there and ask questions, but the interview is actually with the Commissioners Court.
Is that statute, Mike?
No, that's just how we've done it.
It's the procedure we followed in the past.
But who awards so there's 20 points available, who determines
Well, the evaluators will determine it and put it in their scoring.
We'll
but-
listen.
Right, but because I'd say, they've judged everything to this point, and then we hand it off to us, that's.
I mean, are we going to,
Thought it would.
are we going to award points based on our interview with them, and then they'll aggregate those points to get an average and add them on?
Yeah,
I'm kinda
I mean,
not
we
following
could
why
do,
I'm kind of not following why we ended up on the very end of the process.
Well, and my question is it right for us to be doing that, considering they've done all the other scoring up to this point?
Well, my point is they know a lot more about what needs to be asked. They're gonna have to furnish me the questions anyhow.
Well, I already have some sets of questions that we would deem to be asked.
and understand this is all your decision. I mean, the recommendation process is for assistance,
Yeah,
but
it's not
you have the proposals too, and if you want to, if you wanted to go with somebody completely different, if you wanted to interview Sadalco, you could. It's just we're just trying to get it narrowed down to where it's easier to deal with.
And you're allowed to ask questions.
Yeah.
I mean, you
I
are the
understand.
court.
I understand, but
Jim, I think what you're saying, what I am, is you guys still do the scoring. We just sit through the interview and take what we need from that, and then you guys come back.
And ask questions if you like.
Right.
Yes.
yeah.
But then.
That's right. They'll do the scoring, and then at the next meeting, they'll review the scoring with you. And that's the meeting at which you'll make your
So
selection.
we're not going to ask the questions, we're just gonna sit here and listen to the answers.
No,
No, you're free to ask questions.
We're free to ask questions, but who basically is gonna ask the questions?
anybody, the court or the committee, either one.
Yeah. I'd
And
say
what we did last time, both entities that came in with the presentation, and I'm sure they'll do a PowerPoint and step through and kind of almost a recap of their RFP and their RFQ to y'all. Then we can ask questions, but it'll just be a good way for everybody to kind of be on the same page as we look forward to that recommendation and final decision.
Okay. And once all those questions are asked and the dust is settled, who assigns those points from the interview?
The committee, the group that you've assembled, or the purchasing department will. But so you'll understand, you'll have your own ideas from actually sitting through the interview. But the points will be to keep it uniform, the points will be awarded by the evaluators. And they come to their final recommendation to you, which you can take or not take.
And we can do anything we want to do.
Right.
It doesn't, the points
Yes.
could be one way and we decide to go another way, you know?
I'll just share this. During the RFQ process, Irwin was ahead on points. Then through the RFP process and all that, Masonic had better pricing, basically, is what it amounts to. So they were jumped ahead a little bit of Masonic, but they're neck and neck. So, I mean, truthfully, from the interview process, it could go either way.
So when your committee dealt with them and they presented you their RFP, they gave you pricing?
The RFP, yes. RFQ, no. Again, it was two-step
Yeah,
process.
right. But I know we can't base,
No, we're past the RFQ, we're into the RFP now, but we're counting points from the RFQ and the RFP.
And Commissioner, by pricing, it's referring to their construction manager, risk percentage, and their general conditions. They're not submitting like an overall price for the whole thing, obviously. That's what they come to by going through the guaranteed maximum price process.
okay, that's what I was saying, yeah.
We have a pre-construction fee for their work in the pre-construction process. Then we just have a percentage of what they're charging against what the final dollar amount
Total
is.
amount is, yeah. Okay. Yeah, ever have, I'm fine, I just.
Okay. Any other questions?
My only request is that that be in the morning.
Okay.
You're traveling that
No,
afternoon.
I think in the morning is when we'd want to do it, 9 o'clock.
Okay.
Does that work?
Well, do you want an hour for each
Yeah.
with a bit of a break in between? So that we have 9 to 10 and then from
10:30 to 11:30?
10:30 to 11:30?
That's fine with me. I don't care. Is
Can we go
that,
at
is that do all right for you?
Okay.
Okay.
Then
Think it'll take an hour for each one of them, a piece?
It,
I guess give them that much and,
I mean, for the dollar amount for the project,
Okay.
I'd say let's,
That's-
they don't have to use it all.
yeah, that's a good point. That's a good
Yeah.
point. Okay.
You gonna let them draw straws, see who goes first?
Well,
Whoever wins the coin toss in the Super Bowl this weekend, tell them to pick a team.
Well, whoever's first, whoever is tops in points right now, which would be Masonic.
that's what I was
Have them
thinking.
go first.
Masonic go first and then Irwin come in second.
Right, yeah.
Okay. All right, what's the pleasure of the court for the, setting the next meeting for this specific subject?
We need a motion to approve the 14th as a,
And the time, the date and the time.
okay, move to approve February 14th as the date for the interview with the two top scores. And that the time be from 9 to 10 for Masonic and 10:30 to 11:30 for John Irwin.
Very good.
Second.
Okay. All right, we have a motion, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
The only thing I want to add, I will tell you the evaluators have worked hard reading through all the materials and developing these scores up to this point.
Tell them don't quit yet.
Yeah, I just want to say I appreciate it.
Well, thank y'all, y'all done good work.
Do we have copies of the proposals?
I'll give them to you.
Okay.
You should, but if you don't, please, Dustin and Ken, can you please get each of them a copy of each one's proposals?
Yes, sir, we sure will. I'm sorry, the way, it kind of didn't go through.
Right. It's
regular.
big, it's big files.
Yeah.
So
And then the 21st will be on the agenda to make a decision.
Yes.
It'll have to be.
Right.
So we
Recommendation
make
will
make
be
that
made.
45 day. Okay,
Yes,
okay.
that's right.
All right, thank you. All right, let's go jump over to O2.
That's oxygen. Oh, two.
Way too much paper.
Judge, while you're doing that, can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
On some of these reports that came in this packet, are we going to, I don't think we have, or are we going to, through a blanket motion, accept all of them for recording purposes?
Well, unless anyone wants a specific presentation.
Okay.
All right, under O2 is discussion or action regarding the order authorizing Texas Independence Day fireworks sale. Dustin?
Judge, we have Ryan Durker online with us, and so this is one of the ones where in order to authorize the sale of fireworks for Texas Independence Day, which is March the 2nd, the court must adopt this order before February the 14th. So if we do nothing, fireworks are not allowed. If we adopt this order, it does authorize those sales. So Ryan's on to give the emergency management perspective on this.
Judge Felton, Commissioners, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
The long and short of it is emergency management feels comfortable allowing the fireworks this time. We do realize that we are still technically in a severe drought in McLennan County. However, that's a little bit misleading. It factors in the fact that it was just so dry last year that we haven't caught up yet. Last week we had some precipitation. We're actually expecting another 1.5 to 2 inches of rain this evening, followed by another rain event this upcoming week. Our KBDI, which measures drought and dryness conditions, is actually in the single digits. So it's we don't see any reason why we would have to ban fireworks at this time.
So let's just say we approve this, and then on July the 1st, the conditions are really bad and in regards to dry.
Judge, this is for Texas Independence Day on March 2nd. So the period for this would be February 25th and end at midnight on March the 2nd.
Okay, so what if it's dry?
I think it's a valid question. What if it stops raining tonight? It doesn't rain until the 25th, we don't get any rain.
And there's a red flag warning at the same time.
Yeah.
If I believe if the Texas Fire Service, we would have until the 14th, I guess next Tuesday, trying to read the order. It says before February 14th. If we lock in today, then we would be locked in for this period.
Okay, well, so we just be sure the fire trucks are full of gas and ready to go. All right, everybody understand that?
I think.
All right.
But if we don't do anything, there's no fireworks. So we need to adopt this order
Right, for fireworks.
for fireworks.
Yep.
That's correct. And I'm reading a little bit more. So TAC says if the court decides to permit sale of fireworks during the Texas Independence Day period, order must be adopted before February 15th. So I guess we would be able to rescind if we get no more rain, and we could put this back on the agenda next Tuesday and rescind the order, I guess.
Okay.
Could we just put it on with the 14th when we have the interviews and see, since it has to be by the 15th?
I think we could. I'm just double checking the dates because I see
I
it.
think we're gonna be
both.
so far, we're not gonna know anymore.
We're gonna get the rain here in the next couple of days, which,
But-
mitigate that probably.
Whatever, I mean, I'm good either way.
Well, in the event of, should we
Yeah.
consider just everything but fins and sticks and say that's good, or should we just go ahead and say, hey, enjoy the Independence Day?
Blow it up.
Let's do it. Because it says before February 14th on our discussion item here. So that means.
Yeah, and I'm seeing the TAC, one part, they have the deadline of the 14th, and then later it's must be adopted before February 15th. if we want to hold it, I'll try to pull that occupations code really quick and read it.
I'd support going ahead and
I'm okay.
approving the order.
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
Okay, is there a motion?
Make a motion that we allow the sale of fireworks, order authorizing Texas Independence Day fireworks sales.
Second.
Have a motion, second. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. What's next, Dustin?
So Judge, going back up on the agenda where we left off would be the department head reports. I do think there's a few, I know IT would like to point a few things out. I don't know if any other department heads would or not. I don't know if we just want to touch each one briefly and see.
Okay, Mr. Miller?
I know Steve mentioned on his report N4, there's a lady that was gonna come last week, she couldn't come this week, to talk about their work with homeless veterans, but she can be here next week.
Okay.
So if we defer the veteran service report until next week, that would be good.
Okay, so could they wait 2 weeks?
Melinda Bonds, 2 weeks.
Well, next week is gonna be the
Interview.
Yeah.
the interview day.
Okay, to the 21st?
Yeah, 21st.
Okay.
That would work for her.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay,
That'd be fine.
all right, go ahead, Dustin.
All right, so N2 is engineering. Zane, did you have anything you'd like to report?
No, the last quarter was pretty slow because we had the holidays and there was nothing really of substantial importance during that quarter.
All right, thank you. Is there a motion to approve engineering's report for recording purposes?
Smooth.
Second?
I have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
N4 is veteran service office, so we can defer it.
All right,
Motion to defer.
Second?
have a motion and a second to defer. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
N5 is purchasing.
The only thing I would like to point out on that is we had a budget amendment go through for the Woodway Tower. And so we had a quote from Motorola for, I forget, 120 some odd $1,000. And that is to move the equipment from the existing Heart of Texas Tower to Woodway Tower. And so I just wanted to point that one thing out. I mean, that was something kind of hanging out there that
Okay.
maybe the court wasn't aware of.
All right, any other questions for Ken on his report? Not, is there a motion to approve his report for recording purposes?
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion second. No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
N6 is maintenance of buildings. TJ?
Just one thing that I want to note on the report. So underneath projects of interest, I've got listed the Jack Harwell Detention Center fire alarm panel. We are rapidly losing the battle with the software and the hardware associated with that panel. It's currently an EST panel, which is proprietary equipment. So it takes an act of Congress to get it worked on. So I want the court to be aware that I'll be coming within probably the next 2 sessions with some emergency quotes from various vendors here around town to replace that panel with a Silent Night panel to match everything else that we have in the county. So really and truly, that's the only thing I have.
All right, any questions? If not, is there a motion to approve maintenance buildings report for recording purposes?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
N7 is pretrial services.
All right, we have Judge Bain here. Walked in perfect timing.
Good time.
Thank you. I don't really have anything to add or delete or change on the report. I just wanted to mention to the council, commission, excuse me, that the appointment of the associate judges for weekends has gone extremely well. I am so
Good.
pleased.
Fantastic.
Everybody got trained. Everybody's had a week rotation in. When I got caught in Dallas and couldn't get back here because of the storms, it was such an easy process to line somebody up. So I just want to thank y'all for that. It's been a great burden from me to be able to get that done.
Good. So, the help out at the jail with those folks working with the new
Yes.
magistrate, so
Yep.
that's working good.
It's working good. None of them have been denied because they didn't know who they were.
Yeah.
But, so anyway, I just wanted to thank y'all. It's been working very, very well.
That's good. We're becoming known as a home for formerly active lawyers and judges, so it's great.
Recovering lawyers and.
Yeah, recovering. Okay, any questions anyone have for Judge Bain?
I'm just glad that, I'm relieved that it's
Yeah,
taken
that's
a load
great.
off
That's
of you,
working
sir.
out.
That's,
Yeah.
That's super.
All right, if there's not any other questions, is there a motion to approve Judge Bain's report for recording purposes?
So move.
Second.
We have motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
Okay, thank you again.
Thank you.
Judge.
N8 is health services, and Heather is out today, but she said if there's any questions, we can defer and hold this till the 21st, or if not, it's okay to approve.
All right, does anyone have any questions? Are they comfortable with approving this, or do we need to ask?
Move to approve N8.
Second. We have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
N9 is information technology, and I believe JaQuinta had a few things she would like to share.
Okay.
Yes. Hi, Judge and Commissioners. Good afternoon. I'll try to make it very quick. I just want to let you know all of the FY23 assessment orders have been placed and equipment is being tagged, set up, and scheduled for deployment. So kudos to the desktop team. They've done an amazing job keeping all of that scheduled and in line. For the Sheriff's Office, the GovQA open records system, they had demos during this reporting period and discussions, and they actually went live early the first week of January. So I want to thank David Ives for working with IT to get that on board for them. There are links on the county's website for access from the public. Also, multiple cable drops have been completed by IT's networking team. They've done an amazing job managing those and keeping them on schedule, and even completed the Gel Zoom Wi-Fi project during this period. On the previous reporting period, there were 759 tickets per month that were averaged, and this period there are about 669 tickets for various software and web and hardware related support. For our cybersecurity training, there were 20 plus departments that were 100% completed. So I want to thank all of the departments for being a great partnership with us during this cycle. Also, I want to let you know web accessibility is becoming a really big thing right now. And out of 300 plus clients with Civic Plus, McLennan is actually in the top 10 with a score of 95%. So I don't know if you are aware of that information, but I just want to thank every department that is managing their website pages and working with me for their accessibility applications to their page. Great job, because we're really standing out to a lot of other clients.
There are
as
some
well.
good, there are some really good pages on our website.
Yes.
Right.
I do want to also, again, let you know that we've been bringing Mr. Carter, our new director, up to speed. Definitely have his email box and phone lines just blowing up. So we're bringing him on board. So the next report I will be passing off to him. So if there are any other questions for us about the report that I didn't hit on, definitely here to take those questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right, good report.
Thanks.
All right, is there a motion to approve IT's report for recording purposes?
So move.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
N10 is the mental health court. I know Judge Hodges gave his under N10A, but we also have the monthly activity report from Mary Allen, N10B. I know Mary was out this morning, and Judge, I'm not sure if we actually recorded Judge Hodges this morning or not. I'm thinking we did not.
So, okay, so we need to approve this.
I think if we could do N10A and B, accept those for recording purposes.
All right, and Mary is sick, so unless there's any questions, is there a motion to approve both of those reports for recording purposes?
So move.
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passed.
N11 is Texas A&M AgriLife.
All right.
No one in court.
Is there anybody presenting on it?
No, sir.
Okay, and they're all working today. Today's Junior Livestock Show, so they're all hands on deck. I was there last night and it's busy. So unless there's any questions, is there a motion to approve their report for recording purposes?
So move.
Second.
Motion made second. Any other discussion? Discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
N12 is Human Resources. Anna, did you have anything you'd like to share?
Yes, just really briefly, majority of what we've been doing here in this past period is related to policy course acknowledgement. We have an 80% completion on that. So that's something that was being worked on over this past period, and we'll continue to shoot for the 100% of the updated policy guide and the policy acknowledgement. So you'll see communications related to that coming out soon to try to capture the remaining 20% of staff. And then also, you may have already seen my email, we're going to start performance evaluation season in these upcoming months. And I've already gotten questions related to incentive pay, so I will be bringing something forward to Commissioners Court for consideration to continue incentive pay. I know that's not currently budgeted. And then also, I just did want to highlight, we are still struggling with recruitment, so there is a different figure that I'm presenting in this period's activity report, and that's related to statewide unemployment that is at a record low. And so I just wanted to highlight that for recruitment's sake, we are attempting to attract passive applicants, that is applicants who are employed currently and not necessarily seeking employment elsewhere. And so that's something I wanted to highlight as context for why our applications are still struggling to see an increase, but overall retention, we are seeing an increase in retention, or rather a decrease in turnover in calendar year 2022. And so we are working towards our goal for 2023 of dropping our turnover from 18% countywide to 15%. And so we are seeing better numbers there, which indicates that the programs that the Commissioners Court implemented related to the cost of living adjustment, our paid time off, is working to retain our current staff at very least. And then we'll keep working on the recruitment side. So that's all I have.
Okay. Any questions for Anna? All right, no questions. Is there a motion to approve her report for recording purposes?
So moved. Second.
Have a motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Thank you.
And if it's okay, Jaquetta has one more quick update.
Okay.
Yes, hi again. Sorry about that. I was trying to be concise and be respectful of all of our time. We do have one more item that will be coming to your attention on the next agenda. It was previously brought to the court on the previous submission about the Varonis utility. Mr. Carter has reviewed this internally with management staff, and it will be coming back on the next agenda. There will also be an increase of 5% from the vendor. I guess their new year started, and so with that, the quote expired, and they'll be applying an additional 5%.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone have any questions on that? All right.
All right, moving down to item 03, approval of order for sole source designation and granting exemptions from bidding with Arcosa Aggregates. Ken?
Yes, for years we bid the lightweight aggregates on our list of items to procure. We found over the years there's only one company that can supply the lightweight aggregates, the type L grade 4 and type L grade 5. So we started bringing this yearly to the court as an exemption from bidding for the lightweight aggregates.
Okay. Any questions? If not, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
04 is regarding the local provider participation fund, ratification of intergovernmental transfer of fund. This IGT was due by the close of business on February 1st. We had it on the January 31st agenda. And so we just need ratification of this IGT totaling $6,127,111.23.
Okay,
Yeah, move to approve.
Second.
motion made, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass.
Right, moving down to 07, authorization of appointments to the Health and Human Services Advisory Council. Judge?
Let's see, I know, that is, one that we have several vacancies on, and it's, important for us to keep those full. Talked to Commissioner Miller about this, and, she has agreed and would like to serve in one of those spots. And so I would like to ask the court also to consider other folks that might be interested in being there. It does affect our opportunity for grant dollars and those kind of things, so it's important we have folks that'll serve and go to the meetings, so if you have anyone, please bring it forward, and we'll deal with those as we get those, but we really do need several more. How many spots did we have open?
I think there's 4 vacant spots.
4 vacant spots, so we need 3 more.
3 more, okay.
Yeah. And if we'll try to get you more information specifically about what that entails.
Well, I know there's only 5 meetings yearly, and 2 of those are during the semi-annual and annual meeting of HotCog, so there's just 3 meetings outside of those 2.
Yeah,
Total.
two fixed meetings, yeah.
So
It's not very laborious, I guess
No,
what you're trying to
exactly.
say, so. Okay. All right, thank you for serving, Commissioner. All right, I would make a motion that Commissioner Miller be considered for one of those spots.
So, second.
All right, motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
All right, moving down to item P, Americans with Disabilities Compliance Project. P1 is authorization of professional service invoice with CP&Y. This is their ADA study report for the month of December, and it totals $784.25.
All right, any questions on that? If not, is there a motion to approve?
So moved. Second.
We have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
P2 is authorization of standard form of agreement with CP&Y. This is for the McLennan County Records Building ADA renovations. We need to defer this, but this will be really the broad look and construction documents and everything needed to bring the records building into compliance. But we're waiting on documentation back from CP&Y for
Okay, I'll
this.
make a motion, we defer.
Second.
There's a motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
All right, under item Q, McLennan County Venue Project. Q1 is discussion and or action regarding financial update. Francis?
Yes, so I wanted to give you an update on the venue project today, and then also there's an action item. So I passed out a copy of the PowerPoint, and then there's a memo for the action item. Let me-
Okay. Here's the memo.
Francis, don't we have a payment due this month?
Yes,
I thought I remembered that, but
yes, sir. So first, I just want to focus on revenues and where we ended for fiscal year 22. So that first page of your PowerPoint, this is just hotel occupancy taxes. And so, of course, you can see there in blue, we have fiscal year 22. So you'll see there in total, we collected about 2.5 million. That is a 45% increase over fiscal year 21, which I think is extraordinary. But of course, fiscal year 21 we were bouncing back from 2020. So I think it's going to be really fun to watch these years as we get away from 2020 and really see, what's happening, because we're still in recovery mode, it feels like. So, definitely 2022, larger than any year we've seen to date by far. For 2023, of course, 4 months, October through January, have already rolled off. So you'll see those first 4 months and that those already exceed the first 4 months from the prior year. To kind of extrapolate that and look at what that's going to look like for the whole year, On the next page, I've just taken just those first 4 months of the year and how they relate to the first 4 months of the prior year. So you'll see there that on that far right column of that first part, the first table, we're already about 8% higher for October through January than we were in 2022. So already on track to do a little better than last year, and hopefully that will continue. And I thought it was interesting, the chart at the bottom is just, again, those first 4 months of each year. And that 2020-2021 year, of course, is a drop. But if you just push that dot up, if COVID had not occurred, you can see that that line is steady, and it's, without that outlier, everything is looking to be going in the right direction. So, and then on the next page, this is just summed up total vehicle rental tax for each year for the last 5 full fiscal years. You'll see again there in blue that fiscal year 2022 exceeded by far any year we've had to date. And for 2023, just based on the first 4 months, we're on track to be right in line with what we collected for this past year as well. So, those are the revenue numbers. They're looking good. So then I just wanted to go into how these revenues are affecting these funds that are part of this venue project and what we need to do going forward. So just to kind of put this in context, I know some of you, we've talked in detail about this. We've talked a lot about it in court, but I just wanted to just review this to make sure we're all using the same terminology. So there are 2 funds to the venue project. We have our debt service fund, and then we have our construction fund. Originally, we issued the bond in 2018 to build the base. So that original bond issuance went into the construction fund, and that was about $35 million. In September of 2017, we started collecting the taxes, both hotel and vehicle. So those taxes are coming directly into the debt service fund. So you'll see those going in there. Then we started paying out the project cost out of the construction fund for the base. So of course we are completed on that project now. Out of the debt service fund, we started making our debt service payments. So out of that debt service fund, we were collecting the taxes and then making the interest and principal each year. And then as we're making those debt service payments, anything that's left over in the debt service fund could be considered surplus. And so that surplus then can be moved to the construction fund or used to satisfy our obligations to the other entities that we're in agreement with. Any questions there?
So you have an option on the surplus to go either to pay off our obligations to Waco and Waco ISD, or put it in the construction fund. Is that what you're saying?
Ultimately, it'll all go down to the construction, and then, I'll touch here in a minute on our obligations to those other 2 entities that we are in agreement to funnel a definite portion over. But yes, anything else, is up for projects. So speaking of those 2, oh yes, and then there's that money then will go out to the obligations out of the construction fund.
What does it look like? Oh, there it is.
Okay, so agreement. So we have there was an agreement, an interlocal agreement between the 3 parties, us, the city, the Waco, and the Independent School District, in 2021. And so it stipulated that here's set amounts that we are obligated to the city and the school district, and then amounts are going to be due each February. So we're in the first year that this is occurring. And we'll make a payment to each in an amount of 25% of the surplus for that prior calendar year. So not talking about fiscal year anymore, that we're looking at calendar year. So if we take total tax revenue in from January to December of 2022, we back off what debt service payments we made. That is what we calculated as our surplus. And then 25% of that number is to go to the city, 1 to the city, 1 to the school district. And then, per the agreement, then the 50% is retained. At the top there in that blue, that blue chart, you'll see, you know, at the top of those top numbers or the original amounts due. When we went into the agreement, there were initial payments that were made there. But then you'll see the revised amounts due that we'll start paying this month and then pay each year until those are exhausted. So in order to calculate our obligation for calendar year 2022, we can look here at a summary and how that's calculated. So just simply taxes in. So we've got hotel and vehicle. You'll see there backed off our debt service payment, and then we come up with the surplus revenue of 1.2 million. And so again, just based on that interlocal agreement, a calculation of 25% to the city, 25% to the school district, and then the remainder being held in the county fund.
That's a lot better than we thought we'd be.
Yeah.
A lot better.
And so then you know, we'll take action here in a little bit on those two amounts to the city and to Waco ISD. But just taking this year and then kind of looking at this calendar year plus 4 more years. So 5 years going into the future. I know this is a lot on one screen. I hate to put too many numbers up there. But that first column is what we just looked at. So calendar year 2022 is done. It's over. We know exactly what was collected and what we're going to disperse. Moving across the page, what I've done is made some very, very conservative increases in revenue. I think that we are probably going to far and exceed that, but just for the purpose of this example, I just left it conservative. And so you'll see each year that revenue's coming in, we're paying debt service, we have a surplus, and then we'll do that same calculation at the end of every calendar year. 25%, 25%, and then 50%. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So if you go, and this is just the next 5 years, if you go over to that far column where it says 5-year total, you'll see that City of Waco, again, with these conservative numbers, we will have just paid them $2.1 million at the end of 5 years. Waco ISD, we will have completed payments to them. And, you know, of course, more revenue each year that's going to come in, you know, those years will back up and hopefully we can get larger payments out than what I've anticipated there. And then the next page, I just was seeing if we were still looking at those 5 years and we were like, hey, if we wanted to fit in paying off those obligations in 5 years, what do we back into to come up with those numbers? And so the percentages at the bottom on this example, it's 25% for calendar year 22. But then the next 4 years, it's 35% to each of those entities. And so just doing something like that, you know, you can see then at the end of 5 years, we will have completed those obligations. And again, you know, that's increasing the percentage, but if tax revenues increase further than we think and continue in the pattern, you know, we can do this, you know, with continuing the 25%.
Okay, so at the end of 5 years, you're saying we would have, at the 35%, we would have paid the city of Waco $3,180,000?
Yes, that's our amount due.
And it says the total amount due to City of Waco is $3,750,000 over here. So are we.
Yes, so that was the original amount due, the 3.75.
That was original. That's
Yes.
original amount due.
Yes, and then we made some initial payments
Okay,
to them.
that's what
Yes.
okay, all right.
That were not based on revenue or anything, they were just amounts that were in the agreement. Yes, sir. So I just wanted to just kind of give you an idea of what that's looking like. And like I said, this is the first year we've made those payments out, but we will continue to do that every February per the agreement. And then the last slide, you know, just on our side of things, what do these two funds look like right now? So the top one, the construction fund, so our current fund balance as of today, 1.3 million. We have some of that budgeted for the Area B demo at Paul Tyson. Some of that is under ARPA funding, but then we put the remainder over here. And so then if you agree to this, the transfer, the county's portion of the surplus, that would put us today at $1.5 million that's sitting in the construction fund. And then on the debt service side, current fund balance of about 2.7 million. You'll see there the three transfers out either to our other fund or to the other two entities. We do withhold a portion of debt service each month. And so you'll see that backed out there, and then that would leave a fund balance of 1.2 million. Again, that is as of today. So, this fund, the debt service fund particularly, these tax revenues are gonna be funneled in all year. So by the time we get to the end of this fiscal year, we're gonna be back up to probably 2.7, 2.8 million, and we'll be, I think, pretty similar to where we are currently.
Okay.
That is very helpful.
Those are good numbers.
I know, if y'all have any extra questions of this, please let me know. We can pull reports or look at things in more detail.
All right, so, next item would be the transfer.
Correct. So I just put together a memo, but it really just outlines that the amounts that we need to transfer based on the agreement, and that stipulates that 25% of annual excess venue revenues for calendar year 2022 will go to City of Waco and Waco ISD. Those amounts are $310,434.57 each.
Okay. So, need a motion to approve those payments.
So move.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
The construction fund, what can it be used for and what's our uses of it? I mean, do we have a plan for it or do we have?
It's because of our agreement with the city and school district, we can't start a new project until we take this out. And
Take
so, the debt that we owe them out. Isn't that right, Dustin? And Mike, but,
Yeah, that's
Yes,
correct.
sir.
We said we wouldn't start the Equine Center until we had paid them all.
So 3.1 and the 1.475.
Correct.
Sometime between now and 5 years, assuming we pay it off in 5 years, we will begin to plan and be ready for the next phase.
right.
Okay.
And, we'll keep you updated through this current calendar year. And, I think that, I'm thinking that the revenues are going to continue the trend they're on. And so,
Yeah.
it'll happen faster, I think, that of course we have up there, which is conservative. So.
Good.
And I think as they see that we're paying off in chunks and, that we're going to pay it off early or than they ever figured, that we can probably work our way out of that restriction.
Yeah. I don't think there's any question about that. But since the money can't be used for anything else, the faster we pay the debt, the better off we are.
That's right.
And that's where you can all guide us if there's additional amounts that you want to.
So no new barn or?
Not until this is paid off, but also there's always a thought of, creative financing or.
Right, and
some
I mean,
bond.
when we could sell more bonds against these excess revenues.
I would think,
Yeah.
that's how we would finance
Yeah,
the new
right. Yeah,
construction.
if we wanted to move sooner.
Right. And I think it's good in regards to the bonds that we're servicing now. Our track record is, very good, and the longer, if we can make a couple more years, and having our excess over debt service growing like it is, that, it only ensures that if we wanted more debt out there would be a buyer, because we are good debt payers. And our credit rating is really good, and even better than our credit rating is our performance. So,
And, looking at the debt service fund now, and I know we've had conversations with Mark McCliney on this, that there's backup insurance for that debt service
Right.
fund, so we're not required to have a reserve there, but we do.
Yeah.
And so I think that looks really good too, that it's almost like, you know, if you even had a year where you had no revenues come in, we would still have enough sitting there to make a whole year of debt service payments.
Right.
To be safe.
Yeah, that's a
Won't happen, but-
conversation, you know, we'll have with Mark here maybe later, even this year, just say, what, you know, just
What can
planning,
we do?
What can we do? That's, I think, possibilities. Okay. All right.
Thank you, Francis. That was really helpful.
Yeah, very helpful.
Did we vote on that? Did we?
No,
vote?
we have not voted yet.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Any other discussion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass. All right, what else?
Right, and so Francis, that was the action under Q2, correct?
Okay.
Yes.
All right, moving on to item R, McClenny County Radio Tower Project. R1 is authorization of master agreement and related quote with LumenServe for lighting services for the Woodway Tower. Ken?
As our towers are coming online, they have power. If you'll recall, we started contracting with LumenServe to monitor our lighting on our towers. We have a certain amount of time to respond if we have a light out. And so this is to allow LumenServe to monitor the lights on our tower at Woodway. I understand we have power to that tower now, so it's time to add them to this service. It's $422 a month.
So whose responsibility is it to monitor those in case a light goes out?
It would be LumenServe.
Oh,
Now
okay,
it's
that's
just.
the contract. They monitor that.
That's right.
So they have some kind of.
They add a little bit of,
book, or they-
yeah, they add a little bit of equipment to it that's monitoring whether it's on
Okay,
or not.
gotcha.
Is the Woodway Tower our tower? Do we?
It is our tower.
Yes.
Yeah. I guess we need a refresher and an update on, I was gonna ask that earlier. If we could get a refresher and an update on all that.
Yeah, the ground is owned by Woodway. We have a ground lease and we own the tower.
Okay.
And it's already lit. We're just getting a contract.
Well, I know we have power. I'm sure it's lit.
I would hope so. If it's
Yes,
already
that's
set up
what
there.
I'm saying.
Okay. So.
Move to approve the agreement with quote from LumenServe.
Second.
We have a motion, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass. All right, Dustin?
All right, I know we did a lot of skipping around, but I think that's all the action items. We just want to confirm with Mercedes or Reagan.
She's got a thumbs up, and we got it all covered. Amazing. So, all right, well, it's been fun. Anything else to come before court? And I think, only, let's see, Dustin, you and I are talking about maybe future, at least work session items. One would be legislative issues, but I think we can do that. But, if there's anything else, anyone else would have, please let us
The
know.
tower update.
We'll get you.
But my tower's not
And so-
happening.
All I can tell you on that is, we continue to check with DPS. It's in their deal, and I think they're still waiting on, the, approval from, what is it that does the frequencies?
FCC.
FCC?
Yeah,
Yeah, FCC.
All right,
so
so
waiting on them.
Dustin and Frank may be involved in the next discussion, give a full broad range about where we are, where we're going.
Because we're kind of coming to the end of, we're kind of coming to the end on that whole tower project, right?
Yes, both, right now, we're waiting for the power at precinct 4. We have the electrician. Our electricians are getting pulled away because of weather. So precinct 4 is virtually, well, almost complete. Woodway Tower is almost complete. There's something about the electrical boxes there. And again, you just saw we need to move equipment from Heart of Texas to Woodway. So
So what has to happen for the Heart of Texas to come down?
That was my next one.
Yeah.
Well, we got to move that equipment. After we get that equipment moved, it should be ready to come down.
What happens to that tower?
Well-
When it comes down, is it sold as surplus or somebody bid on it or?
We actually have had some contact. There is another county that would like to have it. And so we could sell it to, and that was through Hot Cog that we got that information.
Yeah.
And so it's a possibility.
We'll make them a good price, they'll take it down themselves.
That's,
Well, I think that would be-
it's been, I'll share, it's been discussed by us that maybe that's part of the deal. So, but we haven't quite got there yet because we don't have it ready to give it away.
Okay. All right. Anything else to come forward court? All right, it is 3:06. We stand adjourned.